Hello, 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 and welcome back to FanRP. We're running to starting locations right now. Whoa. Hope you've been having a good day so far. Today should be a little bit of a calm before the storm kind of session. As I believe it is the next Undercity session is going to be one of the two finales of the season.
Hey.
Hello there. The gun gave you away.
Now. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
So majestic, like a giraffe.
Indeed. Last check. Everything looking good. Here we go. Perfect. We got a bit to do today. Gonna be a lot of setting up for tomorrow. Well, well.
Well.
Fancy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
When do we get one?
We could have, but I said no because it's too expensive.
Good point. I just want one with the seat so I can just ride on it.
Just as a booster seat on the
I
back.
want to ride on the shoulders. Exactly.
Perfect.
Medic coming through. I think it's bust through everything.
Oh,
You would convert it into an ambulance.
forget to turn on your energy shield this time. Thank
Ooh,
you.
Wow.
nice voice for the Beowulf.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't want you getting your core nearly destroyed by a harpoon this time.
It won't happen again, Doctor.
Ooh.
I really hope it doesn't. What kind of flower do you think the logo is?
Perhaps a chrysanthemum.
A chrysanthemum. I don't even know if I said the word right.
Chrysanthemum.
You know, Avalon's always slacking. You gotta put some branding on these cars to actually know who's driving these things.
True. I guess we all rent them from the same company.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Flowers
What
come
we
from
need is a
Denver.
drop ship.
Yeah.
Maybe someday soon.
Maybe.
Well, let's get sighted in, I guess.
Attention role players, roleplay is now beginning. You may now begin
Here we
roleplay.
go.
Oh, seems like Shimetsu has a new scientist. Lovely.
Hello.
It's been just Lilith the longest time. Greetings. I have
Hello.
a big friend too. Good lord.
Yes, they have been assigned to me as security, but not that I need it.
I don't know.
Oh, smart and a
Have you
fighter.
seen?
I respect that.
Have you seen any Masaru people around, by any chance?
Not as of yet.
Right
Oh,
there, there's one.
Speak of the devil.
Great. Yeah.
Right.
How do I say this? I need to have a chat with you guys. Hoping to make a
Well.
transaction of sorts.
Would you like to have that chat now, or shall we schedule a meeting for later? Whoever you are.
We can talk now, if you have the time.
I do. Sloan, I will need to have a conversation with you later. There is some important information that I should bring to your ears. If you
Very
see
cool.
Amelia around, she should also be in on this meeting.
Very well. I'll be sure to keep the clinic open.
Good. I'll send you a message. I won't keep you.
Very good. Take care.
I don't believe we can.
What the fuck? Huh? What
Everything
in
all
God's
right?
name? Private first class, Jamie, reporting for duty. I'm sorry, I may or may not have just seen a sentient tomato walk by. Like, tomato can?
This again.
Right.
I don't know if it was real or not, or them vent fumes are getting to me again, but... I
No,
don't
it's
know.
most likely real.
Just-
We've been
just
having
letting you
those
guys
issues
know.
as of late.
Odd as is to
Sentient
say, I see
food?
that being in the Undercity, but seems it's made its way up here as of late.
Well, it actually started up here
Unusual.
and made its way down.
I suppose that first night was before the ice cream raid.
Indeed. I'd thought that Masaru Geb would be looking into it.
Yeah, that is definitely on the food and magical side of things, that's for sure.
Indeed.
Not really our forte, so not our problem.
Righty. So,
Anything going on today?
yes, today will be a day of planning for tomorrow. We're going to be making some moves very soon.
Alright,
But
good, about time.
first up on the list, has the project with Cece's blood been finished?
That's finished.
Very good.
We have a full 6-shot revolver. Should weaken whoever it shoots into pretty drastically if it's of that faction.
Indeed.
Maybe even you know who himself.
Can only hope. Secondly, I was given 2 blood vials from, I believe it was Cynthia yesterday. These were recovered from the scene of the
okay.
attack with Mr. Drake. I'm not sure if they can actually yield
All right.
anything, but perhaps
Want
they
me
can
to run some
grab something.
tests?
Yes.
Sloan,
Alright, we're testing this.
you see a ping on your device notifying you that there was a patient moved in today into the clinic.
Is that Fritz?
Yes.
Perfect. We also have to tend to Mr. Fritz today. He's been moved up.
Very well, I'll get to that right away. What did you want me to do with Bendy's blood and we have someone else's blood sample. But what about Bendy's blood? Did you want that run tests or send it up to top? Since they
I
wanted the
believe
blood drive.
that we can run some
Additionally, we
tests
still
and
have
then
some of
send it
Ayla's
in.
blood too we could send up. Alright. 'Cause we haven't sent anything up yet. We do have, I believe, Ayla, Cece, the new lady's human, and Bendy. We could send all three of those up. We also have O'Hare's blood.
That we
Could
do.
send some of that up. But the big one I'm curious about is the Bendy. He's quite a unique specimen.
I think we can start with that one and then move from there.
Very well.
Other than that, we're going to be looking for a bit of a meeting today.
Oh, alright.
Righty.
I'll go attend to Fritz.
Of course. Can I help you, gentlemen?
I just like to schedule like a doctor's appointment.
I see. May I ask what the nature may be? Anything in particular? Or just a general checkup?
Like, I had a bad hit the other day. I just
Very
got a
good.
bad fall, got some scrap in my skin, hurt my arm.
It's
Just
a
need to,
urgent or it can be delayed.
get a checkup on it, make sure nothing infected.
Come again, Elliot?
Alright.
Or are you on radio?
Talking to God.
Right.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Is Alice in?
That's strange. Yeah, I think so.
Indeed. How can I help you?
We have something here for Alice.
Right. Can you elaborate?
If you want to go ahead and check over it. Where'd he go?
I can elaborate
Yo,
myself.
me and my boys are looking for alcohol.
We have been
You have any
informed.
here?
We've been informed that the cross is no longer with us. So, and he found the items, and he's got some medical items from Miss Alice.
Right.
A few plants, and everything like that. I can tell you exactly what it is, but if you give me one, I'll just check my notes here. 5 million grade plants, potion possibility, dynamite, and an antidote.
Right. I can bring you upstairs to notify her. Is this part of a will?
Alright.
Yes.
Yes.
Very well. In that case, follow me. I'll be right with you, Leon.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, those people are pretty rowdy out there.
Indeed.
I've seen them coming out of the grindstone.
Let's hope that's open too.
I was informed of last night that this happened, but don't know exactly how.
I see.
Got it. Okay then. And what is your modifier?
4. I have 4 medical.
So I rolled a 4.
And then plus the med kit, which is corp level, which should be a +3.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a, what was it, 11?
11?
A
Mhm.
11, yeah. Putting it to...
That's a fail, I believe.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can I try again with another med kit?
You
What would the
can
med kit
actually
check? Or-
continuously try for
Oh, really?
or for recovery. For recovery, no, you cannot. This is a failed recovery.
I'm sorry, Fritz. You were really fucked up, though. We could get her down here, actually. I know she's got some crazy powers. I'll see if I can find her, but for now, it looks like you need more rest, at least. On the science side of medical.
No, I
I'll see if I can find a healer for you. Just rest tight, Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
Righty. We have a
Right.
bit of business
What's
with
going on?
Miss Orwin. Right over this way, if you would, gentlemen.
Oh, very well.
I'm just gonna go ahead and set it down over here real quick,
Yeah, put
so
it
that
down
we
and
can
take
hand
the
out
stuff
the
out.
items.
Indeed.
I was just informed moments ago.
Never mind, it
that
just goes
Mr.
right through
Cross
that.
is no longer with us. So I'm currently carrying out his will, and he has a few
Okay.
items for you. Yes, medical item. He wants, on his will, it was 5 medical grade plants, potions, a possibility, burn ointment, and antidote. A medium. Yeah.
Medium?
Yeah.
Okay. And potions, like health potions.
Potion of possibility. A singular potion of possibility.
Possibility. I have no data, but I'll look at it later. So
Me
5
neither.
plants,
I'm
a
just
potion
reading
of
the
possibility,
item list.
and there was one more thing.
Burn ointment and antidote. I
Burn
don't know
ointment and
what.
antidote.
Don't know what antidote.
Alright.
But
So 5 medium plants. A potion of possibility. Need to look at that one. And
what
burn
does that
ointment.
do? Do you know?
Hmm?
What's the potion of possibility? I'm just reading the note list I've written.
I believe the potion of possibility allows you to have an advantage, or it is a plus to a certain roll.
Okay, understood. Do you wanna, Warren, do you just wanna,
I can
take
make
the
a double
items out,
check,
so-
but give me a second.
Yeah, just take the items out for now, and then we'll figure out what to do with
Wonderful.
the other 2 items there.
So let's see. Potion of possibility gives you a +1. I don't know exactly which tier of possibility he has in there, but it is a +1 right now.
Oh, very nice. That sounds useful.
There was burn ointment, antidote, and then
Antidote.
5 medium grade
5
leaves.
medium grade. Yeah.
Very good.
Alright. We'll go ahead and
Alrighty.
grab the things out of the box.
Excuse me.
There you go.
Wow.
Sloan, you get a message on your device saying that from Augustine and has put a message to inform you of at the Master office and vital information at Master office. Send message.
He wants me to go there.
Yes.
Very good. On my way.
So he's really gone, huh?
Yeah. I was told last night. It was a rather eventful night. I can tell you that. Though I can tell you this,
Now
I got
what's
to
up,
hug
man?
NP.
Fair enough.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Who was last on the list?
Runa.
Runa?
Yes.
Is she...
I don't believe she's in
I don't know
today.
if she's in town. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't.
I can just
I
take
never
this down.
interacted with Miss Runa, so I don't know if she has colleagues or something like that.
I mean, I could take it down to the Undercity for tomorrow.
I mean,
Fair enough.
for now, let's go see if we can find someone who might know. I think I might know someone, too.
Indeed.
Alright.
Oh yeah, Sloan, do you have a way to get a hold of Ayla by chance?
I'm not sure directly.
I mean, if not, we do.
Yes, door. I heard her in there as we walked past.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for stopping by, gentlemen.
Well, have a good day, you guys.
Yep, enjoy.
You as well.
Right then, let's see where
Augustine just called me to the corporate docks for a meeting. I'll be back in a moment.
Alright, I'll go do tests on that blood then.
Very good. See you soon.
They look really cool and shiny.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can
Things
tell us
happened
about.
that made it a little difficult to open, but we have a pretty good amount of basics here. Some
Oh,
dairy,
Ayla.
lots of granola bars, skeb
Whoa.
cubes, etc. Hi,
That's a
Mr.
big
Sloan.
change.
If you have some time a bit later,
Yeah,
I'd
that-
like you to stop by the clinic. When you get some
Oh,
time.
sure, like.
Now would work as well.
Yeah,
Just
where's-
notify Miss Harper that you're there.
Oh, okay, yes.
I'll get
Thank
out of your
you.
hair. Don't worry about me.
No. You should get something. I mean, no pressure. not pressuring you. But
Very early for a meeting with Augustine. Goodness. Losing my... Need to get a drink. It's always right at the start of session. Come back to me, voice. Knock, knock. Good morning.
Is Masaru in? Apparently I got a message about some critical information.
As did I. I knocked once, but they haven't responded yet.
Do you have any inkling as to what it is?
If I had to guess, it would be preparation. Yeah, I'm going to knock again. Never mind.
I was starting to get cold feet. Both of you, if you don't mind. Mr.
Indeed.
Maroon,
Hello.
perhaps you could be, well, you have connections to the Undercity, correct?
Yes, I do.
Come in. All of you. Follow me.
Don't mind me, I'm just gonna be packing up the espresso machine.
Not a problem, yes. Dexter? Well,
Yes.
you can also be here. Not a problem.
Understood.
As you all, at least I hope you are all aware at this point, former associate of ours, Mr. Cross, was a turncoat. Traitor. Still trying to figure out for how long, but seems to indicate it was quite a while. Regardless, he has been dealt with. There was a certain piece of information that came to me after I did what I needed to do. This tablet. That is a Shadow Wyvern tablet. On it, it has information on what was going on in, well, what Cross and his associates were doing. The Undercity had a number of people go missing in the initial wave of Shadow Wyvern takeover, correct?
I do believe so.
Yes. This tablet has, and I cross-referenced, all of the names of the people that were taken and a couple others on it. This tablet also belonged to one Garolette Aishte. seemed like they were a bit of a mastermind. Unfortunately for them, they came to Mr. Cross's call and died for it. Good news for us. This Gerlite, I don't know how it's pronounced, I'll be frank. Gerlet seemed to be a doctor of some sort. They were the ones who created those monstrous creatures down in the Undercity, or at least they had a significant hand in their creation. I won't get into the specifics on how they're made, but it is detailed in here. A truly monstrous procession. Body, blood of a magic user, mana. Some Frankenstein bullshit, I'll be frank.
Indeed.
It also seemed to me like this Gerlet was in charge of taking care of our friend. I also got his name off of this. His name is Jacob Fontaine. We should refer to him as that from now on. It doesn't seem like his abilities are tied to that name. I have tested it. Mr. Fontaine seemed to have undergone a rather unfortunate accident around a decade ago that turned him into what is essentially a nuclear reactor for mana. Needless to say, he is unstable. And it would seem that the longer he goes without treatment, the more unstable he gets, both physically and mentally. And as what luck would have it, Mr. Cross seemed to give us a gift in his final moments, calling for aid and getting Mr. Fontaine's doctor killed. I've been able to track a rather large amount of magic up in the orbit. A traverse ship called the TCS Spectre. A bit of digging showed that this went missing shortly after the glassing of Ajax. It was designed by one Ivor Tillman. Don't know if any of you know him. I believe he was planetside for a short time before meeting his end.
I was there when Ivor disappeared. He was abducted from the Grove.
Seems that Mr. Fontaine had very good reason not to send him back. It would seem to me, from what I can ascertain on the information of this tablet, as well as my own understanding of men who have lost their mind, mana, and war. He may be seeking out a way to fix his problem now that his current, or ex-doctor, is no longer with us. He has been very active in the Undercity. I would expect an attack very soon. Chances are he is concerned about his mental degradation and physical.
Do you think they'll be
That's
leading
just
it?
my intuition. Pardon?
Do you think they'll be leading this attack themselves?
I believe so.
Huh.
Seems to indicate, both on the information that I've been able to get from the Spectre, as well as the information on Mr. Fontaine here, He seems to be the kind of person to like to do things himself in person. Magical signatures up in the ship have been flaring. I can't say for certain whether that's him preparing troops for transport or something else.
I see.
Way. Naturally, I won't be there. I have too much to do. I brought you two in specifically because I know that you tend to frequent the Undercity. Seeing you both taken a liking to it. You two, well, good timing.
Mm-hmm.
I figure the more that know, the better. So long as Mr. Fontaine's alias is taken out of the conversation. Again, we don't know if there's any more traitors in our midst. I still have one person to track down, but I have sent them a, horse head in the bed, as it were.
I see.
If they are going to do anything, they should do it against me. But I am confident in this person's... Well, I don't believe that they are a traitor. Regardless, we don't know who Mr. Fontaine has gone to. We don't know if he has recruited anyone recently, or if he has old members in and amongst us.
Did they mention anything about what this alias does? Anything at all?
The name seems to be a pinging system. You say the name, he hears it. He uses a form of scrying spell to look at the area. The name? Mr. Nobody?
Oh, that alias. I thought there was somebody else that was new to the picture. Okay, never mind.
No.
No. Same old, same old.
It's a little bit more than just an alias to this guy.
Perhaps. Perhaps calling him Jacob Fontaine will stir him up. I'd love to see that.
Perhaps.
That's all the information I have for all of you. If you've got any questions, ask them now.
I would have one question and one thing to look out for. First would be, is Misoro still going to be giving it support with mages able to fight these magical effects?
I will do my best to recreation one or two. We'll see. My agent that I sent to you prior, if he's available, I will send him down, and if he isn't, I will send in a different one.
Very good.
I'm very fond of the other agent, the last one that you sent.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can get him in again.
I've got just a quick question. Why hasn't Traverse blasted the ship out of orbit?
That is a good question.
I believe that there's two reasons. One, it is a stealth ship. It is very well made. They may not be able to track it well. At least not well enough to get a lock onto it.
I see.
Secondly, Traverse may not want to lose this ship.
I think there also might be a third reason of there's not many naval assets that are capable of taking on this ship in the nearby area, because, well, backwater planet.
Yes. If there are any Traverse agents that you all know, perhaps speaking to them about the matter might be useful.
Very good.
Does Misoro have any equipment that they can hand over to help combat Jay?
I'll see what I can requisition. My apologies.
Mm-hmm. Anything that would potentially dispel. Would dispelling this person's mana magic work at taking him down? Or would that be too dangerous?
I'm not sure.
Effective?
Is a nuclear reactor of mana energy. Turning all of that off at once, God knows what would happen.
Indeed.
Something we've never seen before.
but somewhat
People are
connected
gonna
to that
probably,
front. The point that I was going to say earlier. So I would caution Miss Aura to keep an eye on the individual known as Cece. Our friend has taken an interest in her in the past, and she seems to have some sort of abilities that can perhaps be used to his advantage.
Noted. Perhaps in the Undercity we should organize to have CC monitored.
I would agree. I'm unsure where their loyalties lie at this time, so I believe keeping a close eye on what they do during this upcoming time of strife might be a positive.
If you feel like that's necessary, I cannot guarantee that Masaru will be able to do that job for you, but if you are able to requisition your own assets for that, that may be useful. Perhaps even recruit some locals. Militia forces have always proven to be rather effective.
Indeed.
From my understanding, Undercity is trying to form a self-governing form of a militia group.
The problem with them is that they want you to put like every bit of information of what you're doing out, and they could just decide that they don't want to do
And I
this
feel
bounty.
like if we tried to monitor Miss CC, they will go, "What the f are you doing?"
Not if we do it covertly.
Indeed.
Of course,
Is right.
you know how it is. Just in case we are caught, let's not cause a bigger storm than it already is down there.
The thing is that they don't really have any power. The only reason that they have power to even establish this undersec is because we haven't really gone and hit them with a hammer yet. As far as I'm concerned, the undersec
In
is
my opinion,
a
the
legal
Undercity is
paramilitary force.
thriving, and I feel like we should let it be. But that's my personal opinion, not anything of any corporations.
Duly noted, Quartermaster.
Indeed. But I believe with that,
well done.
Is all that I have to add for that particular scenario.
Yes.
The one thing I will say is, if this person is leading the charge, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to take the opportunity to take them down. So if you're worried about some kind of magical detonation, I would probably start working on some way of counteracting it. Because people aren't going to hold, their gunfire for, on a whim.
Very true.
Fucked
Do
up
you
a lot
think
of
we
people's
can get a
lives.
hold of Shimetsu? Try to get some of the requisition, some of those shield grenades that they have?
That might work on a minor scale, but if this individual does go nuclear, as it were, how big of a blast do you believe he would make?
How effective would it?
Hard to say. His magical capabilities seem to be rather potent, and I fear that the longer he goes without his doctor, either it'll get worse or it'll get better as he bleeds off mana. Again, this is without precedent.
I know it's
Without
a bit
more
abrupt,
study,
but would it be possible to create a rune or a spell? Maybe a rune. I think a rune might work
I'm
the
here
best.
with you. Hello?
To create a rune. Wait.
Yes, hello.
Here we have a bird.
Ka.
It's on. I didn't. What the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
Let's
I'm
get
here
this
for
shit
a
on me.
reason.
But do you think we'd be able to create a rune that would potentially be able to send the favor back with him, or basically teleport him back to maybe his ship or anywhere else? So if they do go up, they're just
Teleportation is a tricky business.
I do believe Mr. Maroon was actually trying to get a team together to research a similar spell in the past.
Were you now?
I don't know if a spell would be able we would be able to get anything out quick enough. A rune, something that would be unstable that we don't then we can just discard afterwards would be good. But it's a pretty big undertaking, I would imagine. It's the only other thing besides like trying to either drain the magic or, you know, well, the magic has to go somewhere, so send it to somewhere else or contain it in some other thing, you know. Maybe a rune to contain a huge blast of energy or something. You know, like magnetize it or something. So rather than shielding rune as in a rune that's going to take that energy and then store it. So rather than getting rid of the energy or dispersing it, we're just
Kind of like a battery or a void.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm potentially gonna do is we drain some of the crystals that we can harvest down there. And if we can, store said mana that he has within it. Which may work as well. We've done it once.
Yes, perhaps that could work.
Something matter?
Everything okay, Mr. Augustine?
I think he just got the news that Jen died.
I still surprise myself. Didn't think I cared.
I think that's what it is.
Cared about what, Augustine?
I apologize.
Is anybody on this thing? My armor just magically changed.
Genevieve?
I need some help.
What do you mean your armor changed? What happened?
Standing guard, and my armor changed into Masaru's.
I didn't think.
I don't even know what the hell is going on. You gotta come down here.
Damn it. My apologies, gentlemen and lady. Seem to have halted our meeting. Please, where were we?
I do believe
Ways to contain his magic.
Yes.
Ways to contain
Warren was
his magic,
saying
right.
something about using a crystal, draining a crystal from the Undercity to try to contain it. Or something along those lines, correct?
Perhaps doing that in multiple places might work as well. Having sort of vacuums around the Undercity to try and suck up this energy should it disperse.
Yes.
Safe places. Some sort of radiation scrubbers, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we'd also be able to potentially create some runes? I would imagine they'd be a lot more powerful and more stable than a crystal.
I could try and send down some more of those anti-mana runes that we had before. Set them in buildings. Put them
I don't
in
know if that's quite exactly what we need, though.
But no,
stops magic, but that doesn't. In particular, we're worried about like if this person were to go up, there's going to be a huge release of energy. Yeah, so the idea is that we were going to store that energy somehow rather than letting it detonate, transferring it from one entity to another. That's the idea I had, at least.
Creating some sort of portable containment field so that when he appears somewhere, we put him in it and then kill him one way or another.
Something like that.
Certainly could be possible.
Magic containment field.
Something. Process of exploding magics is a difficult one to contain. It is wild and unpredictable. If there has been a force of, or a magical frequency that seems to resonate with him, there's...
From my understanding, this is from little magic knowledge I know. Could we not send a negative version of the frequency back towards him? But he absorbs it.
Not so simple, unfortunately. Getting that kind of information is hard at best and unreliable at worst.
Well, the next thing I think I can try to do is if MP shows, I can try to examine the crystals to see what type of frequency it has. But trying to
Perhaps.
convince her to let me look at it, it's gonna be the hard part.
I can assist with that. Did we
Also
not get
another idea I
a?
can throw out too.
Did we not get a
Go ahead.
sample of his blood?
I believe we did, but I am not sure where it's at.
You didn't keep track of it.
This is the first I heard of it.
Well, Cece had it. It was in a mushroom bottle.
Had some. I
Did
know
we
that
take
some was collected by Masaru.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I collected some. Pretty sure I sent it up to the labs.
To the Avalon Labs?
No, all labs. The
That's him.
R&D boys. I
Right.
had a team sent down to collect some. And
Do
I
you
don't know
think
if they
do you think
got
Cross
any.
intercepted it and took it away?
I'm
Did it ever
unknown.
get to the labs?
There's
Probably.
probably something.
I think we should make that check
probably-
right now.
That's the likelihood.
I agree.
I'm fairly certain I had a team sent down to collect some more, even though people said they collected some.
Indeed.
Could have been intercepted though.
It would appear that I can't ping a DM if somebody else could do that. Wait, it's over here. Why are you over here? Oh god. I need a roll. Excuse me, I need a roll.
I don't think it
Okay,
works
maybe
when
it's
it's
not
stuck over
unusual.
there.
It's not gonna
Okay.
allow you.
God damn it.
I got you.
Bird, come back.
There you go.
Where's the bird in the room? It flew out. Come back.
Bird.
Yeah, where's the bird?
Please, we're plotting. Hello. Hello.
Call for the bird. There's the bird.
Birds. I see two birds.
Hello. We need to know if the Mr. Knower blood that was taken by Masaru agents ended up getting into Masaru hands, or if it was intercepted by Cross.
I believe that was intercepted by Cross because that was never brought to Masaru.
Okay. Yep. Bad news, no blood.
And you're specifically talking about blood from Mr. Nowhere, not the blood that was with Amelia's strain,
Yes,
correct?
Yeah, Mr. Nowhere's blood.
Yeah, it would've
Specifically
I don't
been
think
the
that
stuff
got
from
to them.
Necropolis when, yeah.
noted. Well, seems like that is not an avenue that we can explore, unfortunately.
Oh, you did say that
This may be a
Cece
case.
also had a sample, correct?
Yes, I believe it's still good.
The door
Let's
is
try to
still
get a
there.
hold of Cece. I trust her.
Mr. Sloan, you had your misgivings.
Indeed. We can still try to procure the sample and test it.
Yes. Maroon Dexter, does she trust you?
I believe
I don't
she
know if she
trusts me, but I'm not
she
sure
trusts Maroon.
You are like siblings, I swear. Then Maroon, you, I believe it would be best if you went and inquired about this blood sample, see if you could take it.
Yeah.
Maroon is
I
much
wouldn't
more
expect
well.
much, though.
Maroon's much more welcomed by people in that general group. So
Right. Then. Seems to me that we're in a bit of a holding pattern, trying to figure out what to do with Mr. Fontaine.
Perhaps.
Well, if there's going to be...
I thought they were already killed.
Mr. Fontaine?
No, not that one.
That was Garrett.
The one that you're thinking of was the
is
doctor.
the real name.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Friend.
Yeah. Jay, yeah.
That's fine.
But speaking of, you mentioned that there may be an attack within the next few days. Do we have areas set up to be fallback points if
Indeed.
things get dire?
There is a thorough defense currently set up. I was going to call a meeting later today with the defenders to see what we can get ironed out.
Alright. Would it be possible if I would be there?
Of course. Miss Aura does need to be privy as to where to set up shop.
And don't mind me, but I'm not sure. Have I showed you the thing I got from Shimetsu?
oh god, just stop showing off your toy.
Unsure.
It's gonna help us during the attack.
Yeah, right.
You got something.
Yes, Augustine, I know you're not gonna like it. I know you're not gonna like what I have.
What do you have?
But trust me, it is gonna help us in the long run for defenses. I'm gonna go ahead and reach down. I pull out a... looks like just a random hilt.
Right.
And then I ignite it.
You that fucking thing.
You have a sword.
Yes.
Is this some sort of special blade?
Taxes.
I am better at using close quarters combat.
Maroon, I would much rather give you a gun to go up against this twat than a fucking sword.
Yeah, especially after we just discussed about how they're like a nuclear
basically a
reactor
suicide
except for
bomber.
magic.
Well, I'm not
Indeed.
talking about him, I'm
He will
talking
go.
about his units.
Okay.
I'd still not get
Maroon,
close to the
my friend,
suicidal shadow
I'd
items, you know,
much
but...
rather issue a tank than see you charge in with a sword.
I say this with my own fucking sword training and stuff. This was fighting like bugs. I didn't have to continue
You're not
using
fighting
like a last resort.
You're not fighting harmless
Indeed.
creatures in the wasteland. You're fighting
I know what I'm fighting.
people with rifles. And God knows what else.
Yes, but regardless.
Anyways, I had one more suggestion too, which was once again I'm still on the runes or any kind of like items or anything like that. That way we can have individual people or a group of people with like one of like these runes or something in there in case they do encounter Jay. Another thing that we could try is basically a mana leech item or something. You know, once again, take that power from them so that way they are more vulnerable, or if they do go down, it doesn't take like the Undercity with it or take down a whole lot of other people. Although to be fair, if it's only going to be if you think it's going to be a limited radius, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that would still make that sacrifice anyways. So maybe not worth stressing too much about it. But
Perhaps.
also could be useful in the future if we ran into other people
In
that
my
had these
opinion, I'd much
issues.
rather not blow
But-
up a civilian-filled area.
Not
but
only
if
that,
it's the only way, it's the only way.
but the Undercity is underneath the superstructure of the city. It might compromise the foundation.
It is also
Yeah.
a sewer system, which
I don't
is
know what it would
probably
do to the steel
also holding
beams.
up a lot of weight, like Mr. Sloan just said. So if that goes, we
Does
might
mana
go.
magic melt steel beams?
The explosion
I don't think
might.
it should. Out of all the fields, I don't think it does. So you never know when there's unforeseen consequences.
I was not
especially-
expecting that.
You might be
Then
right.
the best place to get him, dispatch him, would be in the water district, right there in the, right there in front of the bell. The most space that I have there.
Perhaps.
Maybe even the water.
Everywhere else is
Beneath the
enclosed.
surface.
We could push them in the water, and hopefully the water will take most of the blunt. But there's to
That
be a
is-
massive tidal wave.
Has Masara ever stripped anyone of their magic before?
No.
not possible
No,
at all.
we've never
There's
been
no way.
able to take magic
believe
fully
that's
away
something
from
we can do.
someone.
Even with like
If we could, you know how much money we would be paid to get that working? Good God.
Very true.
Almost every single mage would be stripped of their magic power. Be a civil war.
Perhaps.
I do know that we have at our disposal Masaru's placeable, unmovable anti-mana runes. If this man does, in fact, explode, and there is some sort of radioactive fallout, then at least those places would be safe. If he manages to explode within the radius of one, perhaps then it would dampen the blow.
Indeed. So, if that is the case, how many can you spare?
I'm not sure how many we've been able to produce. I'll have to look into it.
I ask because part of the stipulation that the Undercity Council is working with us so amicably is that we also provide a protection
sure.
for their citizens during this fight. They will be evacuated.
Right.
So if we can set up these anti-mana runes in the protection sites and at key areas, perhaps during the fighting, then that can help.
Yes. I will see what I will be able to requisition. I may have other areas that I might be able to pursue now as well. Idiot. I'll see what I can do.
Very good.
In the meantime, you all can see what you can do with this. What was it? The blood and I believe a name MP was mentioned. Whatever they are. See what it is that you can do to deal with them. Amelia, I'm going to leave this tablet in your hands. Do with it as you will.
I'll probably go into a vault for safekeeping for now.
So I was already copied over the information. I'm not sure if all of you wish to spread the information around a little more or what. Either way.
I think it's a need-to-know basis for now, especially since we don't know who is potentially working with Jay.
I would agree.
Nuclear reactor should probably be some form of information for certain defenders.
That part can be let out as well.
Yes.
You might need to control it.
More like his name should be
know.
kept secret for right now. That's more
That too.
all they
Everything
need to
but
know.
The fact he can go nuclear should be secret.
Yes.
Indeed. And Avalon would like a copy of the information as well.
Okay, transcribed by my architect. And then I'll probably pass this along to you when I'm done.
Very well.
Good. And the more we know this, the better off we all are. And the quicker we can end this threat.
I agree.
And I believe that I have to begin looking into what sort of anti-mana rune stock we have and start requisitioning personnel.
Very good.
All right.
In that case, I believe in about an hour's time, I will be setting up that defensive meeting. So you can send whichever representative you wish Masaru would need.
Both of you should attend. If you're going to be there when shit hits the fan, if shit hits the fans, best to be as prepared as possible.
Indeed. Very well. Is that all then?
For me, if there's anything any of you would like to talk to me about, then I can stick around for a little longer.
I have one thing in private.
Of course.
Or do you want to
Alright.
the apostle?
Yeah, we can do this.
I can't go through the door with it in my hand alone.
Yes.
There we go.
Typical problem. Yes. Very common.
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you for your
Give me
time.
that box. More shoes. Have a good day, Mr. Sloan.
You as well.
You know, inform key people of that fucking reacted.
Don't worry, I got you.
I'm gonna, you know, just tell, and I've got people.
This is Sloan checking in. I finished with my meeting. I'm on my way back to the clinic.
Very well.
Run.
I don't know who's like. Boston, I thought you were running this. Yeah, I'm not. No, I got a notification on my phone about the competition.
Is there a source for that fire as of yet?
Probably the arena again. You know, it's even if you think something's going wrong if you didn't hear people shooting at each other.
I suppose. Is Miss Harper inside?
In the bank, I think. Doing dance.
Right. Is there some sort of reward involved?
I think you better go find out. I'm not too sure what it is myself. I think they're like...
Right.
I think it was aces. I think it was aces.
Yeah,
Figure out how the
fuck
fuck
like
this is working.
wait for Aces was gonna ask him.
Obviously, I can't show it on the model, but she kind of squeezes your hand back. Oh, that kind of hurt me.
Yeah. Definitely.
There she is.
I would rather we not move on our own, but we can just keep an eye out for them. If they try anything, then they're stupid.
Just went in.
Ah, there you are.
Indeed. There's a bit
Anyways?
we need to discuss. We've found some big things. And additionally, there's going to be a meeting in an hour's time set up for the defense tomorrow.
Defense.
Indeed. In that meeting, it
Thank you
was
for coming.
disclosed that we believe that there's going to be another strike coming very, very soon. And it will most likely be he himself leading it.
It's awfully forward. Must be getting desperate.
To say the least. Apparently, he is somewhat of a magical nuclear reactor. And the one tending to him was just recently deceased. Needless to say, there's now a timer on things. And there's a chance that he can go nuclear. So we're taking steps to try and mitigate that effect.
My god. Just when you think you've learned it all, huh?
Indeed.
Holy shit. If that goes off in the Undercity, that could cause a massive collapse. We're talking even the row gone.
I brought up that point. We're looking into it in various forms, but one of the biggest points is that we found his real name.
Oh?
It seems to not have any magical tie to it. But regardless, I would like to try and get MP and make a test before I start flaunting the name. It would seem
I've seen
that
MP around today.
the ship as well, the Spectre that he's using, is a traverse stealth ship made by Ivor Tillman.
Well, of course it's a stealth ship.
It disappeared right after the bombing of Ajax.
Ah.
So it would seem that there's some sort of tie with Tillman's disappearance there.
I suppose Tillman would have known the weaknesses to it. Therefore,
Most likely.
he had to go. I guess for multiple reasons, but that'd be definitely one of the big ones.
To say the least. I think I'm going to do some personal research and see what I can bring up about the name.
Do you think Ash would know anything about the weaknesses of that ship?
I highly doubt
I
it.
know he has a lot of,
On the contrary. That is a good point. I should speak with him.
worth a shot, I guess.
Indeed. But for all those that you know will be involved in this meeting, please start updating people to meet here at the clinic at top of this hour.
Alrighty, we got a list of people to recruit for this?
Indeed.
Just
It
the
will
usual
be-
people that are in on stuff.
Yes, Shimetsu, I've already informed Masaru and Geb. Liet's company, any of the Undercity Council members. And I believe that would be most of them. Perhaps the Wyverns as well.
Very well.
Is Mr. Fritz
Anyone that
still
can
not
fight more
here?
We have Liat waiting to come in. He's
Right.
a merc, I think, down in the
Good
lobby.
enough. I can cross off one right there.
Yep.
I'm on my way down.
Fritz was healed by Ayla and left. It's not the type to be tied down.
It would seem.
Didn't feel like starting that shitstorm, so I just let him do his thing. A lot easier that way.
Right.
Anyways, I'll see if I can round him up again.
Indeed.
Shouldn't be too hard, he's in a wheelchair. Says he's gonna fight though, so more power to him. He knows what he's
Yes,
getting
a
into.
stubborn goblin.
I'll have to be sure my armor is good to go. Cause tomorrow it's showtime.
Indeed. Right.
I don't know
thanks.
if you got my message, but we have a Liat and a Skylark in the lobby
I'd best tend to that.
waiting.
There's two we need.
So, yeah.
The key things about the acid though is you want
Hello,
to
hello?
wash it off with water and then get attention to eat.
Alright. Alright. Oh, Mia, anything you need to tell me? I'm just checking in.
Thank you.
You're good to
That
keep
was
it.
certainly fast.
Alice, you guys sentient food walking around again?
Hmm?
You guys sentient food walking around again?
Oh, right, yeah, I heard about a tomato first thing this morning.
Indeed.
Yeah, I got rid of a few of them.
In about 50 minutes' time, we're going to be holding a defensive meeting for events in the Undercity.
Oh, I see. Alright.
So if you can, inform you and yours and any involved parties to make their way here. That being the Undercity Council and any of the corporations you know to be involved.
Pretty sure that should be all of them, but unfortunately, as you know, one of the corporations don't have a representative right now. I
Indeed.
don't know what you want to do with that one.
But than that, we can give
assuming you
updates
talked
during
to
this
this,
meeting.
Suspicious blue lady.
Only briefly.
Oh, it's not a good thing walking around with a weapon of war again in the city streets. So hopefully that doesn't let their PR again.
Indeed.
So,
Why is everyone in the fucking bank? There's like a whole squad.
they're having a little
dance competition.
Dance competition, yeah.
Got it. I guess that's why none of the fucking businesses are open. Great.
Right.
Yeah, that's just an interesting new person walking around. Definitely high profile. It's always
Indeed.
something. Well, I've pretty much been alright. Have you got any spare equipment up here?
How so?
Med kits, normal or otherwise. I know we're going through some things in preparation, so I don't know if you got any spares.
I'm not sure we have any to spare at the moment. But if you are involved in things with the events tomorrow, or the coming days, then those can be provided.
Alright. If I'm gonna be happy, I guess I gotta prep. Alright. Oh boy.
Yeah, we all have a lot of prepping to do.
Indeed. Any last minute steps you
I
believe
might
you
have
need
to
to
go be
take,
walking around.
now's the time.
I got 6 members to keep track of. I'll see if I can get them all before tomorrow.
Indeed.
Alright, I'll be around. Yeah, I guess in 50 minutes.
Hmm.
You take care, Miss Skylark.
Very good.
A quick word. I ran the test on Bendy's blood. Turns out he might be connected to a old Geb secret operation. Inhumane to say the least, where food was replicated. I think it was called Project Feast, or Endless Feast. Not sure if you'd want to keep this on the download, I can search more, or perhaps let Skylark in on it. It's up to you. Could be a good faith move.
Indeed. Do you know much more about the project itself? But does that mean that Bendy's makeup was that of food?
More or less, the blood was moving. It's alive. To say he's unusual is a massive understatement. More study will need to be done, but we can choose to hide this or lead on with some stuff, but that's up to you. But I do have more research to do.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, what was it?
I'm requesting that the blood that Avalon took yesterday from Pine be given back to Gib, especially considering the plan for the blood has kind of fallen through.
Indeed. I was about to bring that up too.
I'll get on it.
Additionally, as a sign of good faith, we've done a bit of studying of Mr. Bendy's blood.
Oh.
I'm not sure if you're up to date, but it seemed to tie back to some sort of a project. It went by the
Oh, so,
name
you know which one?
Endless Feast.
Was it Handless Feast?
Endless
Hey,
Feast.
boss, I'm hearing some weird noises in the bank. I'm gonna go check it out real quick.
That's
Just
all
make
right.
sure there
That's
ain't
the Union's jurisdiction. They can take care of it.
Oh, I told him he can go see it. We can have another guard out
sorry,
there
no
just
worries.
because he's standing around.
All
Yes, I'm gonna need you in a second. Oh, fuck. It ran off. Damn, I can't ping GM.
Ping? You want to roll or a question or?
Question.
Alrighty.
So the project name was Endless Feast?
Indeed.
That's the name of it?
Okay. What is the request you need?
I'm going to use my data architect again. I'm going to look up a Geb project called Handless Feast, see if I can't get any information on it.
Okay. And what was the name again? One more time?
I think the project name was Handless Feast.
Endless Feast.
Endless.
Endless. Okay, Endless Feast.
Are you sure it's endless and not project?
Was it?
I
thought you
think
said
it was
Endless
Feast Project.
Feast Project? Feast Project.
Yes.
Feast Project.
All right, let's go ahead and do a roll. And what's the modifier?
+4.
Mhm.
That doesn't sound good.
All right, Miss Amelia, I'm doing some doing a looky-loo through the data that I got available, and I ain't really finding much, but keep getting a name pulled up. It's a really weird one too, Dr. Odinson. Odinson? Regardless, it's a weird name. Does it ring any bells to you?
Not to me, unfortunately.
Dr. Odinson says he was some kind of scientist with Geb. That's why I was asking.
I don't really know any scientists with Geb with that name.
Yeah. Oh, that's all I was able to get. Sorry.
Thanks for the help, though.
You betcha.
Yep, bye.
I can continue looking into the blood if you wish. I believe there's more I could find with more testing.
What blood? Oh, the, Bendy's blood?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, it's your blood, so. Do you, know of any collaboration projects with Geb? When it comes to this? Any information on your end you can get?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Seems like this is probably
Okay,
a Geb
look
internal
into
thing,
that,
probably
but-
something top secret, so. I can try to look more into it, but, it'd probably take a while to look into. Sloan, one more thing.
Yeah, something to keep in mind for the future.
Yes, apologies. One moment. How can I help you?
Was that a resource acquisition, or is it just, information?
Oh, that's just information, baby.
Okay. That's all, thank you. Yeah, that's about all I can look up on this, project. I know that they're working on the diner for me, so, I can keep an eye on them. So, once again, you looked up their blood, you said it came from that project, it was from Geb, and that's it? No other information?
Yep. That the project was inhumane. Not quite sure what it was meant to do, but it's meant to replicate food. Now, whether Benny's a living
Mm-hmm.
food, I have no idea. And his
It
blood
might-
seems to move.
It might have some
Must be
ties
some
with
mad
the
scientist again.
strange living foods that have been popping up for the last 3 days.
Possibly.
Yeah, I don't think. I probably should have asked him. Sorry about that, but I didn't get the feeling it was magical in nature. But also, I don't think. I'm gonna have to do more research into that. Just mad scientists like Geb is releasing a bunch of products and it's tampering with our image, then they're not going to be around for very long.
Very well. I'll leave it in your hands
the
what you
business.
wish to do with it.
Mhm.
But I believe other than that, Harper, could you retrieve the sample of Miss Pine?
Already did.
Perfect.
Got it right here.
That's all that I have until the meeting in 40 minutes.
Okay.
Alright then.
Guard, okay. Here they are.
Alright, I'm gonna be heading down to Scrap Town. I'm gonna go see if I can find the rest of my people. Let one know. We'll see if they stick around. I'll be back.
Very well. Remember, 40 minutes.
Yep. I don't want to be late.
Right.
I heard like screaming coming from the back.
Hello.
So, just saying.
Very well. If you wish, you can look into it. But remember that you're Avalon jurisdiction, not Union.
Understood.
Yippee, loves you.
Well, there's actually 2 things that I'll need you for. That's all right. One we can do right now, and the other I'll need Mr. Maroon for.
Affirmative.
Firstly, I need you to pull out that crystal and help me with a test.
Do you need anything, God, or did you already?
I'll go ahead and do it.
I'm here.
Oh, never mind.
Hi, God.
In that case, whilst you're holding the crystal, I'm going to say Jacob Fontaine. Is there any reaction?
One moment, please. There is no glow.
Even if I repeat it?
You can try.
Do you have anything for Harper?
Jacob Fontaine.
No glow.
And once more for good measure. Jacob Fontaine.
I'm okay right now, but
And then he appears. No. There's nothing.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello there, can I help
do
you?
any of you have any sort of heart type medicine? I had like a little mini stroke, almost busting a move out there.
Right, that we do. Do you have any Avalon healthcare?
No, not really.
Right. Well, in that case, we could set you up with a plan if you wished. In that case, we can give you a more steady prescription if needed, as well as regular checkups.
Mm.
Crap. God damn it.
I'll
Oh.
I'll think about it. And really.
Very well.
I'll
Other
think
than
about
that,
it.
we can give you a one-time purchase of a supplement if you wish.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Do you have any sort of digital transfer?
Yes, yes.
Very well. I've got that settled, and let me go into the back and grab it for you. Here we are. And if you have any recurring symptoms, please be sure to come back.
Thank you.
Of course. Be sure to read the instructions on the package very well.
Boss, my shift is up. I gotta head out to the docks.
Very well.
They need me to guard another station.
Do take care. Righty. Well, I suppose unless we can find a room, then that can wait.
Sloan?
Indeed.
I was gonna say,
Ayla asked where you were. Did I already settle the thing you needed help with, or you need something else?
I believe so. It was just Mr. Fritz.
All right, sounds good.
I suppose whilst I have you, you're still a member of the Wyverns, correct?
Hey, MP.
Yes.
Could you please
Aw,
relay
you
the
too,
message
MP.
that we'll be having a meeting regarding Undercity defenses in about 30 minutes?
30 minutes, got it. Hello, Wyverns. We will be having a meeting here, Sloan.
Indeed. And if Mr. Wheeler is
the
also on
clinic
that comm,
in
then
30
Undercity
minutes.
Council too.
With Sloan. And Undercity Council. So we'll try to get Wyverns Undercity Council
Perfect.
in 30 minutes at the clinic
Oh,
for
is
a
it-
meeting with Sloan about Undercity. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Righty, in that case, we can tend to this right now.
Oh, yes. Okay.
What the?
MP, I'm gonna ask you if I could look at the crystal.
Look.
Like,
No hold.
I won't hold it. I just need to look at it. Like, I just need to get a read on this, see exactly if I could figure out what frequency this guy is using.
Huh?
That is all.
God.
Now it's time just waiting for a god.
Did you already pin?
Did you or should I?
I haven't. You can go ahead.
Or need a roll. And MP, since you're allowing me to do this, I'm gonna get you something really nice.
What?
I'll let that be a surprise.
Affirmative.
All I know is that you enjoy it.
Affirmative.
Hello.
Hey, God.
Hi.
No, you're that God.
That's
You're
a
the new
god.
God.
What?
So, MP is allowing me to look at the crystal one more time, but with this, I'm trying to focus in on which frequency the man with no name is using.
To do what exactly?
We're just trying to determine what frequency he's using right now.
If you want, if you don't want to
I know this is a very difficult one to look at.
I'm not sure how to describe it. This might be a main GM thing. It
No,
seems
it's fine.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'll ask in Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Depending on your role, because I will be using my Arcana for this, since it is still magic based. It is a +3 to the roll.
What do you guys need help with?
Okay.
I was passing by.
They are rolling to attune to the frequency of the crystal. See if they can get it on the same frequency as Nowhere.
Yeah, definitely a roll.
Yeah, I rolled. It's a total of 13. I'm not sure. It's like I feel like they can do it. I just don't know what it does.
Yeah, I definitely ask.
Sorry.
What? Oh, hey.
You guys are pains in the butt. I just got in session and suddenly I'm doing crystal stuff.
Yep. You are its tender.
Pew pew. People are using the arena.
Oh, do we wish? We wish they were using the arena.
Alright. So run by what you're trying to do again?
So I'm not trying to attune to the frequency. What I'm trying to do is figure out which frequency he was using.
He's trying to trace him with the crystal.
I know that it probably won't be a success.
It doesn't look like it'll work right now. It's just fighting you on it. I have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm not picking up anything.
Are you sure that this is the place to try and find that frequency?
Probably not here. It'd probably be better before anything were to happen down in the Undercity. Try to get a location where he may attack from.
Well, he
Probably
does
the best
have
way.
teleportation, hence the necropolis has been pretty good indicator so far as well.
Well, if they're going to be attacking from Necropolis, then that would mean that we would only have to defend from one area. But then again,
That
he
would
does
be a
teleport,
foolish
so
move.
he would be bringing people from behind.
Like I've said before, and like I'll say in the meeting, needs to be set up that we can defend it from any direction.
Clinic would be a good one, but...
Indeed.
Yippee, loves you.
I love you too, MP. But, the clinic would be a good spot, but we have to test with 5 areas.
True.
2 on the side, 2 above, and then you got your tunnel.
Indeed. Perhaps setting up on the upper part might be a better idea.
Might be, but then again, you would also have, you have the air district, the fire district, the ramps, and then the
Indeed.
subway tunnel. I was saying I'm thinking the Grove, because you only have 3 entrances. The 2
I
right there.
highly doubt
and
that the
one from
Grove Spirit
behind.
would be willing to let us do that.
I have a feeling that they would.
Fair enough. If that is the case, then perhaps that might work.
I mean, I am one of the only Grove tenders left.
Yes, but she does have a spirit of her own.
Yes. But with the with it being in the Grove, we do have the upper area that we could have people looking out, but it'll be somewhat closed so that we have windows to look out in and shoot from.
Yes.
But with it, how the Grove is, we have elevation to our advantage.
Indeed.
If they do come in from either end, from the front, we would have people on the bottom, people on above, and then people on the sides on the above too. So no matter
Yes,
where they're
but
going to come
we
in
would be
from, they're going to
forfeiting
get
a lot
shot.
of the city.
And that is true.
Which is why I believe it's better to have several points that have their back up against a wall.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll discuss this more in depth in that time.
Yeah. I need to go help Bendy. I'm going to go repair some of his clothing and potentially make it into armor for him for tomorrow. Or the
Very
next
good.
day, depending on when the attack is. And then I gotta get an enchantment out for Lilith, which is probably gonna also play a key part into this entire thing.
Oh?
Well, the enchantments that have been highly requested are the ones that help deal with wound recovery.
Very good.
That, or it's either it's that way, or it helps dampen the effect of a wound.
I see. But in either event, there's some things I need to get done before this meeting.
Yes.
I'll see you then.
Yes. I'll be back here in a couple.
Oh boy. Gonna plorp a seat down for a moment. Ugh.
Hello. Greetings, Stephen.
Hello.
I am here, speaking. But made the bequest.
I have the question of, is Mr. Drake, was he able to reach a safe location all right? And additionally, were we able to get any more information from him?
To my knowledge, I need to double check with the other GM just to consult to make sure. But not to my knowledge, it's not from last session, but again, it could be other things spoken when I wasn't around as well, so I'll double check for you.
Very good, thank you.
Save location and any additional info. Right, correct?
Yes.
Roger, roger.
Alright, what else we got? Research. Charged. Repaired. I believe that's just about it. Other than that, we just need to arm up and get ready for the upcoming waves of attack. And take what rest we can today before the storm tomorrow.
We're having to find Sailor.
All right.
Right.
The mana and steel beams caught me off guard.
I thought it might have. Shit posting it as August.
Hey, Sloan, are you in the clinic right now?
Ooh, radio. Yes, I am. What do you need?
Slight business deal, I guess, on a smaller scale. Be there in a second.
Very well. I'm upstairs. Still got 20 minutes. I hope that Lilith can be here today.
From the info you have, he's still in the Undercity at the moment, and there's no new info yet. Again, just let you know, it'd be more of an encountered thing to find out about that part of additional info.
Okay. But he is, like, safe at the moment?
Yeah, good. He's still in Undercity. Seems to still be there. Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright. So, potential business proposition, and then we got our big meeting.
Yeah, it's not often we get to sell something that expensive, so let's see if we have any in stock.
Hello, hello.
Do we have any Icarus syringes in stock that we could sell?
More so the kind
I know
of
they're more high
a soldier's
shelf.
stim.
I'm not sure if we could spare something of Icarus level, but a more regular stem, perhaps.
If so, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Indeed. You will, of course, still need
Just
to
let me
pay
know.
for it.
Yes. I'll give you the paper. I need to meet with a Shimetsu representative, not my type of game.
Very well.
So,
if you do
once
encounter
I'm
her,
back, yes.
if Lilith is down here today, can you please tell her to come here?
Understood. Though it didn't seem like Lilith, it just said Shimetsu representative, so better not be a damn synth. Anyways, thank you.
Well, before you go, let me grab the stem.
No problem.
Yes, thank you. I was gonna grab it later, but I don't know how this meeting will go.
Very good. Additionally, will you be involved in the defense of the Undercity in the upcoming days?
I want to, but contracts have me at least for the first 2 hours of the day.
Righty.
So I will try to make my way any way possible to the Undercity.
Very good.
No, we'll have a
Except for
cavalry.
what is
Good to
personal.
know.
We can inform you as to certain plans tomorrow.
Understood. Now I don't know how high up this representative is. They apparently have my personal comms, which is no good.
Best not to keep Shimetsu waiting.
No.
Indeed.
Do well, you two, and if I don't see you by tomorrow, I wish you both luck.
Take care.
15 minutes to the meeting. Are Masaru in on this? Do they know about coming here?
Yes.
I've seen Maroon a few times.
It will be Maroon and Dexter both coming for it.
Yeah, well, I've never seen many wyverns.
Indeed.
Probably out of town today.
But Ayla did make the call.
Or yee-hawing over in the... Whoa! Oh my goodness.
Oh dear. But,
Alright.
not being too much time left, I'll take a quick moment inside.
Yeah, good to get a drink or so before this meeting.
Indeed. So I'll see you in a moment. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, grab a drink, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we're back. Oh, I'm back to my leg. Oh yeah, that's what I need to do. I'll make a copy of all this info on the data pad.
Hello, hello.
Hello. This is the datapad from Augustine. I would just like to make a copy of it for Avalon's servers.
Sounds good. You're easily able to do that. I don't think that needs a roll because you're just copy pasting information from your from the datapad to your PC.
Nice.
Just like what I'm about to do with Sailor's message.
Oh. Also, do you know if Lilith is here today?
I can check for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hippie.
I don't think she is in today.
Oh, mean. Thank you.
OSL has had a bout of sickness.
Oh. But,
Is there anything else I could help you with?
I think other than that is just like all the steps for the upcoming defense in place that we've been planning of having people in the safe houses, Geb putting up defenses. That'll be part of the meeting as well in 10 minutes, but is there any of those steps that have already been done?
Steps for the setting up the clinic and safe house. What safe house do you mean?
Safe houses. All three of them having supplies in them, which I do know is already the case, and people inside of them, which is already the case.
Oh, sure. This is the first time hearing of this, but yes.
Already. I'll be sure to send some messages after session so that you and Sailor both are caught up to speed with everything too.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Let's get this bad boy open so that we can start having people streaming in. Streets are fairly empty.
Well, we can just go there.
Oh, don't mind me.
Me, I have no brothers. I was the only child for good reasons.
Yeah, just take it easy. Don't strain yourself too much.
You too. Sorry about that, God. Because I'm going to be having some conversations that would be very grindstone appropriate. Yeah. I don't think the people who are going to be joining me are here yet, but... Pog, thanks. Afternoon.
What brings you around these parts?
Change of scenery. I was, gonna go check the clinic for my friend, see if he was there. I got a message that was saying that he, was getting some bed rest, so... Figured I'd just leave him to it.
Indeed. He's the one I think you're talking about. He's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that feeling. Appreciated. Great talking to you. You as well.
Have you gotten much information about her?
Just saw her recently. I don't know who she is.
It's
Those
concerning.
amber eyes are peculiar, though.
Why do you say that?
Let's just say I've got a friend who's got eyes just like those.
You don't think?
Maybe. I have to check. It's no time to jump to conclusions, but be an awful coincidence, wouldn't it?
That it would. The Undercity is going to be very busy the next coming days. I'd recommend that you steer clear.
I'll be staying home a lot. Need to get some bed rest myself.
Very good.
Everything okay? I'm hearing shots.
I think that's just the arena.
I got a firing range set up over there.
Wonder if there's any place to practice magic.
I think that would be a question for Masaru.
Might have a better idea in the Undercity. Or they've got some specialists down there.
Perhaps. But you two take care.
I would have to bring that up with Augustine. Like, it was... There wasn't a choice in it so much. So that wasn't great. Maybe it's probably... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, another.
Hello there. Is there some way I can help you?
Yes, I'm here for a meeting in 2 minutes.
I see. Which party will you be representing?
The Wyvern one.
Very good. Do you know if Mr. Wheeler is in today?
Mr. Wheeler is around, but last I heard he went to Scraptown. I don't know if he is going to be coming to this. I'm pretty sure Ayla will be.
Righty. If you could send a long-range communication to him, this will be a very important meeting. And as a councilman of the Undercity, it would be desirable for his presence.
Yeah, fair enough. If you wanna, do you want to ping a GM or how do you want to? I don't know. I could try Discord, but it's always hazy on there.
Whichever you think would
Yeah,
work better.
And just ask them to inform the other
Yeah,
DM.
just tell them. Yeah. I guess I have a question.
Oh, yeah, checked out the arena. Jameson's going nuts over there. He's got a full arena set up. Got dummies behind him, to his left, to his right. He's twirling around like some kind of action movie.
That guy likes to put on a show.
Meeting at
Oh.
clinic is
He
starting
does get
soon.
results, though.
Everyone's here.
I respect that.
I mean, training's training. There's preferred training methods. Not gonna do anything.
Hmm.
I'm
Having audio video issues.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, come back. I heard Expeller's voice and I just thought it was on radio. I didn't realize I was here.
Hello, Mr. Chambers.
Oh. It's been a long time since I've seen
Drake.
you.
Hey. Hope you're doing well.
By
Yeah, doing
chance,
good. How are you doing? I'm good. How about you?
not
bad.
Next
You know,
ask
still
him
alive.
If he knows, if he's one of the ones that are close to Bruna.
Oh yes, Mr. Tree, I believe.
Yeah. I'm gonna send
good?
Case like a
Like everything else,
message letting him know
ups and
that
downs,
this
but
meeting's
no
happening. Everyone to be
complaints,
involved in it because Sloan wanted to speak.
High priority.
I think he's in Scraptown. Yeah. He just fell through the floor. I guess message received.
Well, in comparison to what's been going on in the inner city, it's been a breeze.
He was met was on radio and said that he was going to Scraptown, so he's definitely online today.
Close to Miss Runa at all?
But
Go ahead and sit down, I guess.
Mr. Where is it? Someone's training in the arena. Mr. Cross has passed away, and on
Yeah.
his will is 2 items.
great.
He
Yeah, I mean if he's not on, he's not
able
on.
to
But
Miss Runa.
just worth
So
putting that
I
out
just couldn't find
there
her.
if he wants to be there.
Just trying to find an associate.
I know where she lives. I can always get it to her if need be.
Yeah, if you give me a moment. I'm assuming you're here for the thing, so I can go quickly grab the 2 items and give you them.
Of course.
Yeah, it's small things, so I'll be right back.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, real quick, sorry.
If I may ask, Mr. Chambers, do you have any current affiliation with any parties?
Any parties? Well, currently I'm affiliated with Elliot's crew. Wow, what's up?
I believe in that case you would be part of this meeting if you wished. There's going to be a discussion as to defenses of the Undercity in the upcoming days.
Shadow weapons, I take it, right?
Indeed.
Hey.
Welcome.
Howdy.
Welcome, Amelia.
In fact, I should probably send a ping to Leot and see if he's still here. One moment.
You heard him say about
was on his way
going
up.
down the wastelands.
Yeah, he grabbed it from the wastelands. He says he's coming up in a bit.
Yeah, I've got the items now, Mr. Break, if you wanna.
Oh, what's
2
up?
items for.
This
the
also
2
reminds
items
me
on
of
Mr. Cross's
before
will,
Titan.
coffee
Hello.
mug and a drawing of sorts.
Hello, hello.
Apparently, he wanted
I would like to send a ping to Leot and to Fritz that this meeting is happening.
I will tell.
All right, I'll go let them know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Understood, I'll get it to her.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a great help.
Of course.
They should be on their way. Did you spot any Valkyrie representatives?
None today.
Perfect.
Maybe we can send an email or something.
Indeed. We can also update them tomorrow.
Agreed, we're in the clinic.
You know, speaking of Valkyrie, it's been a while since I've seen Lord Croak.
Indeed.
Pretty sure he would enjoy
Yeah,
coming
it's been
in
a while.
Seems like we're
having
just having a meeting here.
good hand in the battle.
I suppose as a CEO, he's got more important things to do from time to time.
Yeah.
Come on.
But it's not every day. Well, technically, for us it is. You get to shoot a Shadow Wyvern.
Oh, looks like guillotine.
True. I imagine Croak would probably want to eat one.
Most likely.
I'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome.
Might have one straggler, but I'll let them know what you want to let me speak on after this.
Indeed. I believe
have
all that
two
we are
more
now...
individuals coming with us.
Righty. I believe all that we are now waiting on is the Undercity Council representatives, who are arguably the most important to this meeting.
Well, is one of them still up there, or was he taken care of?
He's departed, but I did
I have
send
no
out a
idea
ping.
what Chris is.
Ah, alright.
I saw Wheeler down on the wastes when I was there, so we'll see what happens. I
Indeed.
can make it better, make sure he can make it.
I've sent out a ping to each, and I'm waiting for word back.
Now, I have a question.
Indeed.
Talking about defense of the Undercity, and I don't deny that that is necessary. However, Shadow Wyvern Prison's presence has been noted in the Wastelands / Scrap Town as well.
Indeed. I've been speaking with the council down there as well.
Give me a moment.
Veronica, we're in the clinic. Much appreciated, though.
Like wrangling cats. Probably should have set the meeting an hour off even
If
still.
you need to talk with anyone, I'd recommend gaining contact with Mr. Optima.
Are you involved in the operation with this? Which operation? Right in. The Shadow Wyvern issue. Not you, but Shadow. Oh, that whole thing. It depends on you want to be part of that issue or not.
He's a good
I'll
fan.
also pay them, but. Alright. In terms of the Shadow Wyverns in the Wasteland, that was an isolated incident. Trig, whatever they were looking for, they picked up from that damn ship. So I don't think they'll be down there again.
Can never be too careful, in my experience.
I know. I'm keeping track of them. I'm looking around. I didn't see any more random signals going about.
Was there any word back from Mr. Wheeler?
Not that I've had.
didn't hear back from him. Yeah.
Wonderful.
You might be on a
They
date.
care so much about the protection of their
Signal
undercity.
can be. Signal can be spotted out in the waste.
Indeed. Let me make another check.
So for all we know, they'll say, "Oh, Fritz isn't here, so we can't make any decisions or do anything."
Perhaps. That's why I sent a ping to him as well.
Fritz is pretty hurt. I'm pretty sure he would.
Because they keep on threatening Astral.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Has there been any response back from Fritz or Wheeler on being able to make it here?
Yes.
This is a high priority meeting that they need to be present for.
Did you... I didn't get any info on that. Did you talk to someone else about that?
Yes. Sloan was supposed to go and send word to Fritz.
I believe they were
Okay.
targeting Drake.
I will check in.
Thank you.
Give me a moment.
Right? And he got caught in the crossfire.
I don't think I know it, Drake.
He is he mostly resides in the Undercity.
Ships in the night, I guess.
Yeah, but say something similar to how you primarily reside up here.
Like herding cats.
Well, at this point it does seem like it's a majority of what's gonna happen down there anyways. Is what will be discussed by not just waiting on him, right? And what needs to happen. Seems
that's
that
true.
everyone's coming together to make a conjoined decision, not just what they think.
Yeah, worst case, maybe just record it and just send them counsel.
They should be on their way.
Perfect. They should be on the way.
They did know about this meeting beforehand, right?
Granted, there wasn't too much time to give a heads up.
I knew about this meeting only a couple minutes ago, and I'm here.
Indeed.
Fucking ramp. Fucking.
You need some help over there? No, you got it.
Okay,
Fuck
Mr.
you, I
Fritz.
don't need any help.
Of the situation.
Yeah?
No, you don't.
I'm pretty sure they'd want a little bit of a bounty towards the man.
Righty. With at least one council member present, we can start beginning a discussion.
Okay.
So,
Everything go well?
I have gathered you all here for the purpose of getting everyone up to date and seeing if there are any additional suggestions as to the defense of the Undercity. This is also to run by the ideas had by the council directly and to get their approval. So, to start things off, we will need to deem locations for defense. I can give out personal recommendations, and I would like to hear any other ideas as well. Firstly, I do believe the clinic would be a zone of protection. It has a good defensible area to have its back up against something that these teleportations by this rival faction will not be able to slip in. Additionally, we can put protections in place, and we
The
have...
problem is, once you pin down there, you're fucked.
Indeed.
And that's why I would like to recommend something.
Go ahead.
Last time when I was going against them, before the sanctum got blown up, one thing that was good against them was choke points. Certain choke points where we would lead them into and surround them. The yard that connects to all the districts, that place is a good point. Lead them into that tunnel after the water district. Then we surround them by going through the tunnels, the pipes to go around to there. I find that first tunnel That first large one is a good choke point against them, even if it's in front of the clinic.
I agree.
We have 2 floors
Crossfire.
to work with. There is points
Crossfire
for
gets
crossfire, but that's
nasty,
why
That it does.
that's why we need communication. We communicate whenever we're going to do a choke towards the enemy. And that's when the back line focuses more than the front.
Indeed.
Choke points are good and all, but they're best utilized when you know where the enemy's coming. In my time dealing with the Shadow Wyverns, they're good at getting the drop on you, no matter where you are. That's
Indeed.
one strategy the clinic does have, is there's only one direction they can come. Not to mention, it's got the second story for higher ground defense.
Those were my thoughts as well. Additionally, we do have safe locations set up around the Undercity. They are zones that can be fallen back upon, or pushed out from in case of emergency. For the sake of the safety of those in those storehouses, I will be keeping the exact locations hidden until the precise moment they need to be disclosed. Additionally, is Geb able to provide defensible structures to be set up in certain locations?
Yeah, whatever locations you guys need, make sure to actually send them my direction. Otherwise, we won't build any defenses because we aren't given any instruction on where to build them.
And that is what the point of this meeting is for. Additionally, Avalon does have dispensers that are able to be set up in certain choke points. These can spray down the assailants with certain chemicals that will inhibit their ability to react. Which is why I believe that the Steam District might be a good idea for this. There are many doorways that we can put these dispensers over, as well as set up defensive barriers and barricades around. There is additionally the clinic right there to fall back upon, and has a consolidated location.
Were you? Did you ever get a phone number from anyone in
And a few ideas I've had with
Pardon me?
case
Need to
one
get the
of the
door.
backup plans.
Someone's knocking for you. I was gonna ask.
2 places that came to mind, of course, is the clinic, just for the
I can't believe you can differentiate my knock
security.
from everyone else.
You always knock 3 times real fucking fast like that.
Indeed.
The second location will intermittently, just as James said, choke points are usually helpful. From the scrapyard, we do have a second story in terms of Mr. Fritz's roof, in terms of high ground and they try to hide. The only entrances we have to worry about is the pipe leading from the clinic, well, you have a knowledge district, or a walkway coming from the air district. They're the 2 main ones. What do we have to worry about? The
ways in and out of there.
Yeah, that could be a good backup plan if we have to vacate the vicinity. And intermittently, if we have to push up and out, the air district is also fine. We just have to make sure we have people stationed on the second floor of that walkways, just in case we don't get surprised on our way through transition between the 2 locations.
Shop will be well
Sorry for
stocked
being
with
late, but
ammunition.
can I ask what's going on? Sounds like Undercity related.
Indeed. This is a meeting for the defense of the Undercity.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. How do we know? Do we know he's hitting tomorrow? Are we supposed to be leading him out or something? Somebody got cheese or something?
That
for
will
him
bring
I
me
don't
to
know
my
about,
next
or-
point. We do have a very good indication that he will be striking very, very soon, and that he will most likely be striking in person.
Really?
Indeed. I cannot disclose that at this time. But there is something that needs to be known and needs to be heeded about this. Whilst, of course, he is a prime target, he is also very magically unstable. There is a chance that with his demise, a very large explosion could happen. We are currently working out steps to try and mitigate and prevent this effect. Additionally, residents of the Undercity will be evacuated during this time. They will be provided safety by the corporations. But that needs to be kept in mind that once we have more of a solid direct answer as to how to mitigate this possible outcome, we need to do it on those terms. We cannot simply just take pot shots at him and hope for the best. We'll need to stick to whatever plans that we have laid out. But
do we even have a plan on how to deal with this motherfucker? Because we've shot him in the face before, I think, and that didn't do shit.
I have some ideas.
Indeed, we have
They're all
things in the
kind of
works.
Love to hear 'em.
They should be ready by tomorrow. But back to the factor
Sure
of
like to know what these
locations.
plans are.
I can update the individuals that need to know of this, but for the sake of everyone's safety, we cannot be traipsing this info about. But
Sloan, secrets are why I'm in this chair right now.
indeed. But to return to the matter at hand, defensive locations. The Steam District is a prime, it would seem. I would agree that that would be a good location to set up many fortifications, the dispensers, and have it as the readied fallback point. I heard the recommendation of the water treatment plant, correct?
For me, it was going to be the air district, falling back to the scrapyard where Mr. Fritz's place is.
That could work as well. Perhaps
Water
we
treatment
can...
was the gentleman in black.
Indeed. With the air district being another fallback point, that can also have the balcony there, able to be used for fast transport in and out, if need be. So perhaps we can set things up in a sort of L in that direction.
I second the air district. The as much as the water treatment is defensible, there's no secondary exit. We'd be trapped in there.
Very good. Yes, Mr. Maroon?
I would like to put forward the Grove. We have two exits, or not, two entrances in the front, one exit in the back.
Do we want to risk the Grove?
Maroon, would that not piss
I
off
don't want
Seeker.
them getting into the Grove.
I'd keep the Grove
We have
closed.
Seeker.
Put civilians in there if we need to.
Would the Grove be
I don't
open
think
to
the Grove would
synthetics?
appreciate us turning into a war zone.
Yeah, I don't
Last
think...
time I was in the Grove, it pushed me out because I was an unwanted guest.
Indeed.
I don't think it would appreciate us turning it into a battleground. But I'm sure
We
it'd be
can
better for
use the
civilians to hide
Grove
in.
and the Sanctum as shelters for those who are not combat able. We can
Indeed.
use them as fortifications.
With that being said, he's just going to teleport the people in there then.
That's why we should leave
Think
this
as long-
Grove
doesn't
spirit
she have
to
barriers
do
on
the
that
defense
place?
of the Grove.
There's
I feel
barriers.
like
You
the
can get
Grove
past the
spirit can defend
barriers.
its home. We can also station people on there for civilian safety. But
Indeed.
he could easily teleport into any other defensible position.
At that point, everywhere is not
You can
really
teleport
fucking
anywhere.
safe. That's
Yeah.
why they should be If we're gonna evacuate, we need to evacuate everybody out of that city if we know on good authority that he's coming. I don't
Indeed.
need any more innocent people getting fucking shot.
I highly recommend that we do so. But we can try petitioning the Grove Spirit to see if that can be a route we can take. But otherwise,
If not defensible position, maybe even a way to evacuate the injured to a better place for the temporary medic to tend to their wounds, so it can be.
It'd probably
safely
be better
transported.
for a fallback point. If we were to lose the clinic, we can go up and around through the subway.
that can work as well.
I'm gonna be real honest.
Add one
With the Shadow
more thing.
Wyverns,
This man likes to target the weak.
That he does.
Very much likes to target the weak. If we have one thing to prioritize over anything, it's the ones that are not combat able. Because they will use them as leverage.
Which brings me to my next point. Are there areas of the Undercity that need to be protected? are there locations that have key operational facilities in them, say the water treatment plant, that if we give up defense of, they can use to their advantage?
I mean,
well, water treatment, we don't necessarily need plumbing and water. We have stores of those. And,
last time he took out
defensible.
He took out the radio last time, and that is
that was
the main hub. The main hub for that is in the upper level of the water treatment plant.
Could that perhaps be moved?
But that's something that we can. That's something we can cross if it happens. It's not that hard for us to send a small team in there, get in there, and fix those things. I've done it before. I don't know if I can get there as quick as I used to, but
Indeed.
somebody can, I'm sure.
I can handle that.
Can I put a pause? Does anybody else see this gunfire outside? That's small. That's not small caliber.
I mean, it could be from the arena, but it does sound like.
Sounds like in the vicinity of the
Was it the
arena.
guard station outside, or are they gone?
I believe they left their
Should
shift.
be.
Check through that.
I'll go check it out. Open it up.
Alright, Trick. We'll be right back.
Righty.
Unless everyone is out and about, I do want to make one point with the Shadow Wyverns in fallback positions. I think worrying about falling back in this scenario is worthless.
I do
Either we
as well.
stand our ground or not at all.
I do
The whole
agree
city's
with
gonna
that
be a
statement.
fucking battleground.
Because if
Not
we
gonna be
fall
falling back
back,
anyway. We need to
that
bunker down.
means that he'll gain more ground. You'll use that to his advantage.
Precisely.
And if we start losing ground and it starts becoming desperate, we
Unfortunately.
have multiple lines that can report, even if the radio goes down. They're going to know, the corporates up here are going to know something's going to go down, and we can set precautions to send more reinforcements.
Indeed. I've already set up
Honestly-
preparations in that regard with Avalon.
My shop would probably be the most secure location in that fucking city. There's only, like Liette said earlier, there's only two ways into my junkyard. There's either the ramp or the pipe. And you got a good view of both of them from my house. I made sure of that. And it wouldn't be too hard. I do have an emergency evacuation route from my house if we need it. But is there any way we can get a hold of a ship?
Unsure.
Preferably a personnel carrier. I don't like to talk about falling back like you say, but something as an emergency evacuation for somebody would be fucking nice to have on hand and ready to go, rather than we're sitting there with our thumbs up our asses waiting for Traverse to send something.
Indeed.
That's the thing is, there's no Traverse personnel here to offer any kind of ships. I don't think we have any on hand.
You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't need to be a Traverse ship. It can be a fucking Avalon ship. It could be a Masaru ship. It can be a fucking Junker ship from the Wasteland, for all I give a fuck.
I do believe Avalon would have medical ships on standby if there are like critically injured.
The only issue
Or
is
there's going to be payment.
There
Just
is
one.
many cargo ships in mid-city which Masaru operates out of. Cargo freighters we could obviously operate.
Empty one of those out.
Evacuate.
Make it to where it's just big ass empty fucking ship. Nobody's at the door. I can only assume it's Trig and
Probably
Liette.
the best recommendation for a large group of people is a cargo freighter.
And in those,
My shop's already full of explosives. It's full of ammunition. It's full of everything you guys are gonna fucking need. It'd make it a lot easier on me, I can tell you that right now, because I ain't gonna be able to be fucking skirting about those fucking pipes all quick and willy-nilly.
indeed. So the question would
But
be,
I'm not about to just sit at home while everybody else has fun.
are we able to seal off certain tunnels?
Yeah, I can seal them off. That's easy
Probably
as
not.
shit.
If that is the case,
need to
perhaps
a little scrap there. Some supplies, but we probably could.
that we can provide.
Pile up some of the garbage.
It's the arena.
I would recommend
Sounds very close for
that we seal off that three-way intersection between the clinic and your residence. That way there can be a tunnel directly between, and we won't have to worry about assailants from that direction.
You mean the T intersection leading towards the sanctum?
Indeed.
Yeah, I can probably do that.
I could assist you during the night, but I'll have to speak to the spirits and see if I can get Seeker on call. Because Seeker will be a very good, helpful entity.
Maroon, also, could you also see about asking the spirits to stay away? Because I understand he has with them in the past.
That is a very good
And
point.
have used them
Yeah,
and stuff. If you can keep the spirits even hidden or tell them to stay in wherever they come from,
yes.
stay in the shrines or keep them in the grove to defend the grove, all I care. Because I understand he used them against us in the past.
Yes.
Let's not have a repeat of that big combat.
We're back.
Somebody's at the door.
So.
Yeah, but if I could get Seeker
As
to
I
come
recall,
in,
when we
I'll
dealt
come
with
back.
Ditus,
Or
there
to be
was a fair
awakened.
bit of cover in your scrapyard that
Seems
we
to
used.
be some mercenaries shooting at the range.
It's a very
Luckily.
good defendable position
Right.
with an escape route of the wasteland as well, if required.
I'll put a counterpoint on one thing. Every time I fought in the air district and the fire district, it's always been a problem with both second floors being open from both sides. What's good about the steam district on the way to the clinic is that it's usually open from the clinic side all the way up, not so much the entrance side to the second floor.
Well, that's why I'm
Because that's
saying
an
the
open spot
junkyard.
to be fired upon. Yes.
There
I'm
is no
saying it's
upper
for
level to the
back
junkyard.
options.
Unless they get up on those pipes. Which, you can only get up
We can
onto
put
those
snipers
pipes
up there.
from my roof. Which, well, that's what I was about to say. I can show you how to get up onto those pipes pretty easy from my fucking roof.
Yeah, I see it as a good defendable position and a good fallback position as well. We could easily brute force our way from the clinic down that pipe into the scrapyard if need be as well.
Indeed.
Yep, that's why I chose that as a secondary fallback position. And
You
can put
tell me
whatever
where, I'll
defenses
place
its way.
explosives all over that fucking place too.
Be careful, we gotta think about the aftermath. Hopefully you can control the yield.
I can control
Also,
the
if we just
yield.
happen to
Control the
take
yield
him
of this.
down, it's one kick short off the side of the city. He's right near the edge.
That is true.
Scrapyard is also mostly metallic structure. It's probably the most structurally sound location to set off an explosion.
Very true.
Yeah, my lab explodes all the fucking time, no big deal.
Righty.
You just have to be careful about the explosion with, you know who.
Indeed.
If they go off too, it's not just a regular explosion; it's a magical
It's a
explosion that I don't think anyone really understands the scale of what that could be.
It could be
Well,
anything
then that's
from
an
a
I've
unknown
had some
unknown,
experience
and
with magical
the only
explosions.
thing we can do is prepare for the
They're not
best.
fun.
To say the least.
Damage mitigation is all we can do in that instance. If it's magic, it's gonna fuck us in the end anyway.
Fair enough. But, from what it is sounding like, we'll be setting up the two main points as the clinic and Fritz's shop. We'll seal off one of the directions of that tunnel in between and use that as the main thoroughfare. Would it be possible to seal up the entrance to the air district from the entrance to the ice district from the air district?
Oh, you
No,
mean
it's not
the
causing
refrigerator?
massive damage.
You probably can.
If we do, there's a good chance that we'll fucking cook ourselves before fucking he does anything.
Very well.
plus
That you don't
in
realize
the
how much
ice
you
district
don't realize how
is
much
the
that
air shrine.
The air still goes
Yes, it-
out, doesn't it? Through the launch fans.
it goes out, but it's the problem of going in. We get a lot of if you close off that air conditioning unit from the air district, right? You got all of that hot air from the fire district's got no place else to go except straight out through the air district. And that shit gets hot.
We can deal with that for a
The
day.
only reason it's
Almost-
even
almost
bearable
advise
down
we
there is because of that
evacuate
AC
any-
unit. You go fucking with that thing. I mean, we're all cooked.
These are
Indeed.
all temporary measures.
Perhaps we can just set up a sort of barricade that will allow airflow still. Barbed wire, whatever.
Certainly, we can certainly make it hard for them to traverse it. I mean, but the ice district is kind of hard to traverse anyways, if you want my fucking honest opinion.
Very true.
If you're worried about airflow, just repurpose one of the gates from the shops. It's metal and solid enough that they can't just straight run through it.
Oh, from the air district shops? Yeah, those grates there?
That could work.
Just use that as a
Not a bad idea. No, that's not a bad idea.
Just secure to the walls. We'll take it down after we're done with this and try to fix anything that's damaged after.
Okay, sounds like a good plan.
Good idea. If you're worried about airflow.
We all, during this event, we all need to be on a consolidated radio.
I was about to say.
42?
We'll use the council one, 42.
Indeed. And I want to make
Now,
something
keep
clear.
your radio chatter to a minimum on that thing. This isn't for talking to your neighbor right next to you or anything. This is
Indeed.
for contacting getting emergencies. Yeah.
You might want a fallback channel.
I was about to say. We'll use 42 as the first.
0? 0?
Perhaps.
0 is not bad. 43 is not bad. 42 and 43, keeping them nice right next to each other so that way we can switch back and forth. But I'm going to be on 42. Case is going to be on 42. I mean,
Then let's just say 43.
Undersec should be on 42.
And additionally, during this time, I will be acting as the administrative head of this project. If there is logistics or information that needs to come back, send it my way and I will distribute it.
Administrative head? What does that fucking mean?
I'm going to be leading this project. Well, if that moment arises that we need to have that moment to pull back,
To go through.
there needs to be one voice to say, now is the time.
I agree with Sloan.
sorry,
Based
say
on
that.
the
with all due respect,
situations.
This should be
Mr. Sloan, with all due
decision.
respect, this is the Undercity.
Of that, I am keenly aware.
So you guys just gonna put it off to a vote because you don't have 3 people here? You guys have
No,
failed
we're
at
not
being
going
a
off
voice
to
for
a
the Undercity
vote.
in the first fucking place. Sloan has done
No
more than enough
offense,
to
but
prove himself
I
for this
think the
fucking position.
corporate's gonna have sway with slummers. You're
fucking kidding
kind
me
of
right now?
out there.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure if the Undercity was doing a really fucking good job of protecting themselves, we wouldn't be in this fucking mess. And I'm pretty sure it's because of your
What the
little
fuck have
fucking
you done
actions down
so
there that
far?
we're having to deal with all this shit in the fucking first
Are
place.
you fucking
Now
kidding
let's
me?
calm
It's
down.
You're trying to pin this on me? Say this is my
Never.
fucking fault?
Voices.
Indeed.
We are going to put this to a vote.
should be opening once everything's
To the
done.
contrary.
If you'd like to go there and like
This matter is already settled.
like the diamond or do whatever you'd like.
Without the corporation stepping in to assist, you know that the Undercity would have been overrun long ago. We've been standing there, right by you,
Without
side
the
by
corporations
side.
being there, they wouldn't even be here.
And who brought
I
them down?
disagree.
Alright, no need for circle
Trick
jerking.
does
This
raise
is the
a fair
final
point,
stages
though,
of a
Mr.
very
Sloan.
important situation. Let's just
Honestly,
get
once
one
we're
thing
not gonna
done
ruin it again.
and sort this out.
I believe the fact of the matter is, if we weren't there, they would seed in, they'd be undercover everywhere. The entire industry would be filled with shadow wyverns undercover.
Before the sanctum explosion.
Regardless of whatever charity work.
Every house.
I will state this now, like Mr. Triggers did beforehand. It's unlikely most slummers will give a flying buck what a corpo says, even in a tense situation. I'm not doubting your capabilities, Mr. Sloan, but not people don't like to listen to corpos.
A lot of people won't
That's
listen.
well known. It's probably
Even
better
so-
if a council member or even
We are the voice
if
of
you
the
say,
Undercity.
"Hey,
we
I
are
recommend."
their representatives. It should be our decision about what happens down there.
I do think Mr. Sloan should recommend a time to withdraw. Then you could give the command, and they could speak for you, or something along those lines, or they could give the command themselves.
Indeed, if that is the
I don't
case.
doubt anybody's It's just better so we can
Then
withdraw
we
without
can
having
split
any issues or friction.
on the outward-facing side in 2 directions. The Council will handle that front of the citizens of the Undercity. But you will still report back to me, so that we have a central point of logistics. We need to have one person that knows everything that is happening and is aware. I do appreciate the Council's stance and what they have done, but 3 voices can be very confusing in the heat of the moment.
Then chop it up to 1.
I think it was what
My vote will go to Case.
he's trying to say. That he wants to take
I do
control.
believe it would be a correct decision for the slummers to
Without
have a
having the
representative who
council
they
say
Ultimately,
trust.
Slummers won't listen.
security matters of the Undercity go to me.
Yes, he would
There
like
you go.
to...
This is Gab's stance. We're not going to be taking orders from any Undercity Council people, period.
The slummers won't listen to us, Amelia.
What, the council you
know
wanted
this.
I don't
so
particularly
badly?
care about what we're doing. We're trying to fucking save their home.
Yes, but for the ones that are very
And the Undercity Council has proven to be selfish and pursuing their own agendas during this whole fucking stick.
Look who's calling the kettle black.
Selfish?
Fritz or Case.
Yeah, because I
You never
totally
even bothered
wanted
to go
get
to
my
Union
chest fucking
to get
shot.
any security forces. You wanted to establish your own security force.
Here. Security matters are my jurisdiction. I will most likely be taking what you say and going with it because I believe you do have a level head and you are very experienced in this matter. But when trying to organize, you can help me organize things, but when these decisions come to fall back or to do something, send a team out to go to the water treatment plant, or to rally the citizens to do something, I can do this. I will do this.
Bobby Shoemaker, Primrose and
Enough
Bates,
talk.
Alexei
Enough talk.
Morisov,
I mean, he's been in there.
Alistair McNeely, Wicktick, Joan Cassidy, Kyo Shimada, Ivor Tillman. Do you even know who they are?
Indeed I do. But, regardless of that fact, I'm willing to give ground on this. And so on this front, I will be leading the corporate forces. And Mr. Wheeler, you will take charge of the forces of the Undercity. We will use a consolidated radio, and the 2 of us will be the heads.
You saw Cross as a father figure, didn't you?
That's agreeable.
On this front, we need to be sticking by each other
mean,
to keep things up to date
What
at
did
all
you
times.
see Cross as to you? What, you saw him as a friend?
Sounds fine by me. This works.
Well,
I
Very
can
good.
agree to that.
we had got information, sadly, that he was working with
Then, I do believe with that matter settled,
the one that
and with the locations in question picked out, I believe that that is the most of what we needed to settle here.
we don't
I
know.
open the floor for any additional suggestions or
thing.
points.
All I can think
They took out the radio last time, yeah?
he offered him something that
Why don't we try, if we're
You mentioned
able,
that.
we can make a buffer.
That's not the reason.
Station or tower
That sounds
somewhere.
very close.
That is not the
Even if it's a short range between a small area.
Let me out.
I need some
I'll
air.
go along with him. No one else will be needed.
with that being
Sorry,
said,
major distraction. What were you saying?
when he did
I suggest we get a buffer radio tower set up. Something short range in the areas we're holding.
I would
Even if
agree.
it's just one. In case to take out the main one.
take care of the matter.
For keep
radio.
communications.
Up your shop?
Killed
Yeah, I can add
big
something
man
out there.
and doctor.
Very good.
That way he'd have to
Well,
hit that
radio
in order
portion
to
at
take
the
it down.
back so they can keep contact as well.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea we do that.
Don't worry, I'll
anyway.
have it set for both those frequencies. That way, if he wants to take out, he might be able to cut out our way to talking to the outside, but he ain't gonna cut out our way to talking to the inside. That's gonna be all handled on the roof.
Alright, that's all I'm suggesting. That works. We'll make final preparations overnight. We'll consolidate our supplies. And we'll see everyone in the morning. I will be on Radio 42 here in the row if you have any further questions for me today.
And I will be on 25.
Wants to protect people. They're not a group tender. I am one of the last standing.
Very
I'll
well.
be in the shop.
Unless there are any last-minute suggestions. And this meeting is adjourned.
Alright.
And Mr. Wheeler.
Let my forces know what we need to do.
Yes.
Tonight, I try to get in contact with Seeker.
Thank you all for coming.
See if he can be there. And then I'll contact
We done here?
Ghost Spirit.
That we are.
Alright.
We're done here.
Alright.
Sloan, we need a word.
See you in a minute.
And then after
Indeed.
that, go help with Fate.
If you want to come, James, let me know when you're free. Alright, Vivi. Let's go.
So when it comes able to make it, full command.
I'm sorry, I didn't
So when
catch
it
that.
comes to this operation, if I'm able to attend, I'll be going under your command.
Thank you.
Although if I ever do get close to this target, I'll let you know of what I will do because I have been prepping for this.
Means
Been researching of how to take this target down. At least close range. I will not be doing any pot shots.
you remember how you put your cannon on Prim's
Very good.
grave?
But do bear in mind the radius that can be
We're gonna
caused.
yeah, we're gonna do something similar to that.
Indeed.
But this is gonna be an air burial, as in.
Very well.
it takes
I'll keep everything in caution.
sacrifices to himself, and we're gonna.
Stay safe.
But if I do arrive under that operation, I will be under your command.
It's up to you.
More than you think.
That's good to
Fucking
hear.
Shimizu.
That is fair.
Yeah, I'm aware they're around.
Well,
me too. Odd in itself. You never talk, buddy?
Sure.
We'll talk about that too.
Sloan, alone.
Very good.
He went down to the left.
Yeah. The side guy was talk to him.
Probably up a level.
There we go. Microphone's back. They okay? MP good?
Just all the clinic.
Come again.
There's no eyes on us up here.
The central room
No
is clean.
I'm gonna make one thing clear. Yes, I will be taking advice from Avalon, and I'm obviously a head of PR. I'm not exactly a security person, but Geb will ultimately answer to other Geb assets and Geb alone. We're fine with working in conjunction, but at the end of the day, we are our own corporation, and we're not going to sacrifice our men for anyone else, period.
I'm very much aware.
Because as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of other, if I go up and ask my corporate in Galactic, if I go up and ask my Galactic right now what their suggestion would be, they would suggest using gas weaponry and destroy the Undercity. They would kill everyone down there in a second.
I'm aware.
I think you know that as well, that collateral of what, if what the Shadow Wyverns is proving to be this much of a threat to the corporations, they'll gladly just kill anyone to stop that, you know, and then mark it out as some gas pipe leak or something unfortunate. So I'm giving my best shot to do that. I'll defend the clinic with Geb, and as well as reinforcing the area. But expect us just to hold that area, and that's that.
Indeed.
If we do believe something is worthwhile doing, we'll do it. And at the same time, I don't know if Masaru is going to push it very hard. There's somebody outside. Oh, awkward timing.
Hmm?
Do you have stuff up here to do?
We just wanted to make sure we knew what. Well, Richard's very good at building, and we have some scrap, and we want to help give you guys gear if you need anything.
Indeed. Come in
Sloan,
here
you
for a
wanna roll
moment.
this real quick?
I believe that we can have this discussion in just a moment. there's a few things I need to cover with Miss Skylark first. Would you mind waiting downstairs for a moment?
Two things.
Yeah, where did Harper go?
Man, I can't fucking stand any of this shit. It sucks.
That's a good.
Because I'm standing.
I very
I
much
think you
hear
know my
your
stance on
concerns.
Undercity Council.
Indeed. I've been bearing this in mind
understand.
every step of the way. Each corporation is their own, and they need not heed my advice. This is something that I offer in hopes that this would help the sake of all involved.
I want to help, I do, but I'm not about to strip all my rights as my like job and duty. I'm not even fucking security. I'm having to fucking double time it here. But even then, I can guarantee my security would probably not even want to be involved in this. They'd take us as far away from here as fucking possible.
That is fair, but we're not galactic, and we do have to deal with these threats.
Mm-hmm.
You know full well
And I'm trying
the
my best,
logic
but
that I've set.
with Undercity Council being the way that they are, they seem far more interested in just taking anything from us when we're trying to go down and do that and interfere. You saw those conversations we've had with them where they don't have one of their people there and they just put us on hold on the next day, and every single day we delay and wait, more people get killed or more preparations aren't acquired because they're incompetent.
I know. I'm using this as a last chance for them. This will prove their worth
They've already had their last chance.
in these sorts of scenarios. And depending on the outcome of how this goes, I will either need to take complete control in the center of things, as much as I can, or we can deal with that after the
I
fact.
assume this means during the fighting?
Indeed.
Yeah, well. It's not hard to tell a bunch of people to fortify an area and stick troops there and tell them stay there and fight to the bitter end. So like I said, with this and this attack, if he is leading it, this is all or nothing, and we're gonna have to give it our best shot. So there isn't any backing down. There isn't. We can try and fall back as best as possible, but I'll be honest with our troops. It's gonna be a route down there, so
Indeed. This is an all or
may
nothing,
as well box
and
ourselves
I'm
in.
very much aware of it.
Mhm.
And I do not intend to give an inch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Surprising that's their own home that they're talking about falling back and retreating all the time.
Yes. It's both courage and cowardice.
Mm-hmm. What about afterwards? I know this is thinking ahead, but afterwards with the council.
I think that will depend on their performance.
Because even if they perform well, at the end of the day, I think their intentions were quite clear when Fritz was going around trying to get our taxes, which I'm not paying, period. They intend on just making it their own little state down there, outside of corporate, outside of union, outside of everyone else. And you see the person that Fritz is? He'll get those people fucking down there killed.
Yes.
And
Perhaps
the other
this
two
can
are
be
too weak and incompetent.
a more in-depth conversation we can have after events have concluded.
Okay. Just they might try to make moves pretty quickly afterwards.
Indeed, but we'll be right there to watch.
Mm-hmm. It's just awkward that it's at the same time, you know, we're relying on them. They clearly want to take control and they clearly don't want us there. It's entirely possible they could just maybe working with the Shadow Wyverns this entire time, and then while we're bunkered down and stuff, turn on us, so.
Indeed. That is a contingency we need to be prepared for.
Well, if we stagger our lines and we have runners, if in case the radios do go down, gonna be hard. We can even set like stage intervals to see and send more reinforcements. But at the end of the day, also is if we lose a lot, we're gonna have to make it back too. We're gonna have to make this money back. You know, even if we do succeed at the end of the day, we have a huge paycheck to pay to our security forces or any, you know.
I'm aware.
It's not gonna be easy. So even if we want to like let them have the Undercity and stuff, there's got to be something afterwards we get.
I agree. I believe that with your help, we can institute some better changes in the future.
Yeah. Sorry for snapping. I know you're trying your best, but I don't like it when they get to play their little game.
Indeed. It's a game they very much love playing.
I gave them that power. I gave them that power to see if they would actually do better, to actually represent the people, but they've done jack shit.
We gave them that power.
I was the one that pushed it. I highly doubt if I didn't go there and go to every single corporation and message them to get that union meeting, Masaru would probably still bound there and be in control technically, although it'd probably be some kind of like, they wouldn't have the legitimacy.
That is true. It's all too easy to just throw up your hands and say, let's just gas everything. But
I'd save a lot of the people under my command, that's for sure. If they're gonna look out for their own, maybe I should look out for mine.
that's easy to say. But there still are good people down there. There are many souls that the council supposedly speaks for that disagree with what they say. Not everyone is like Fritz. And I want to give them a chance.
Yeah, well, they voted for him.
At the end of the day, even though there is the council and Undersec there, I won't be fighting as much for them, but for those that do give a care. The ones that do deserve a second chance.
I'll protect business interests.
Of course.
I think that's about it. Do we have any contact with any of the other corporations on this?
Indeed. I'm sure, as you've seen, we've been speaking with Lord Croak and Dr. Augustine. We'll need to solidify those plans overnight.
Do we know any information on that supply drop? That's still going through, or is this the supply drop that they're going after right now?
Can you elaborate?
Apparently, I thought you knew, but Valkyrie has a supply drop or something that they've set up, and it was, I think it's supposed to be a trap. They're like, now is the time to strike.
I believe
but I'm
that's
like,
in the coming days.
I think
that will most likely be in tandem what we're doing.
Okay. Well, my focus is on the Undercity.
Indeed.
I think we've got Richard and Ayla waiting long enough. Let's go.
That is
Go
true.
back down there. I'll call up Geb, get them to fortify the area outside the clinic, and then also send any extra troops down there to buffer up. And the rest of them will be in reserve outside.
Very good. And Amelia?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your support.
Yep. Thanks for trying to keep a level head.
I try.
Did Richard and Ayla leave?
Everyone's gone.
You're armed up a bit early, but I do like the gumption.
Make sure it's all good to go. Don't want to be down there and realize I got cracks in it.
Very true.
It's not hard to guess what that was about, I imagine. I'm good to take a guess, actually. One, the Undercity will probably betray us at any point if things look bad. Two, they could leave us for dead. Three, well, things are just going to be a little dicey between us, probably. At the very least.
There were some similar
About
points.
sum it up.
But you went more in depth.
Figured. Yeah, that's just a little summary, I guess, but it's not hard to guess judging by the reactions, and they do prove quite a point in some areas.
Indeed.
They have stretched their liberties quite far, and seem to be reaching ever further.
And what do you think?
About what in particular?
About the final decision.
What, that we're splitting command? I feel like in the end it's probably safer for us, because I imagine if they were in command of us, they would have us fight to the death, and not tell us that something was coming just so we could fight longer for them. To be brutally honest. It's no secret they hate us.
Indeed. I have to be honest
When
for a
it boils
moment.
down to it,
Harper.
you just gotta watch out for your own. Huh?
It is genuinely heartbreaking that after all I've done, they still don't care.
I know. I myself try very hard to be some type of bridge to just even lessen the littlest bit of hatred between us, but it just boils back to the same thing. We're corpse, and that's the end of it. They'll never trust us, no matter how hard we work for them. No matter how much we try to protect them. For all we know, we could just go right away with all of our forces, all of our medical equipment, all of Gibbs' fortification abilities. What would they be left with? Nothing. Everyone that would stand against them would be mowed down in a matter of minutes, and then, unfortunately for us, it'd be filled with shadow wyverns. And they'd be festering in the entire city.
You're right.
It feels like a lose-lose situation, but it's the best we got.
Indeed. It'll have to work for now. And thank you for being here.
No problem. Hopefully we're both still here tomorrow. At the very least, we look out for our own. Because above corpse, we each have our own responsibilities and allies.
That we do. Now I think with those preparations done, I'm going to relax while I can for the night.
Yeah. It's a good idea. Oh yeah, I don't think I'll be going back to the mid-city or anything tonight. I'll probably head straight down to the undercity to start on fortifications and help in any way I can. Grab some of the medical syringes, make sure everything's good to go.
I think after a quick trip to my office, I'll do the same. We'll just have to file some paperwork first.
Of course. This could very well be the last fight.
Very well
In many
put.
ways. Say, do you think that cannon works in the air district?
That's a good question.
Just place his corpse in there and just kind of... Of course, you know, away from Scraptown. They may not be the greatest place on Earth, but they are still a surviving civilization.
That's a good idea. I think we should look into it tomorrow.
What if you need the volcano? Yeah, see if we can get a trajectory on that.
I doubt it would reach that far.
Unlikely, but we could at least aim in that direction, I guess.
True.
Be a good way to dispose of the son of a bitch, that's for damn sure. Anyways, time to relax a bit.
Indeed.
Yeah, but that's all she fucking does is talk. She's had so much to fucking say, but nothing to fucking do.
And water for you?
Being adventurous today, huh?
The rim of the glass or something?
With the way things are going.
Alright.
Maybe feeling a little less would be good.
Case 2.0.
Thank you for the water.
Of course. And what can I get for you two? Do you have any hot beverages like hot chocolate?
Is it?
There's
Well,
on
it's...
it. Either way in, or...
I guess the...
I don't know what dwelling is like.
So many gunshots.
What can I get for you?
Can I get 2 drinks to go?
What kind? Purple Nipper, Golden Shower, and Blue Ball.
I'd say a purple and a blue.
The temptation to make him say the full names is strong, but I'll let him off this time.
You can swipe at the kiosk, or I can open up a tab. As soon as it sets to go, you like swipe at the kiosk.
I'll pay up front. There you go.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your drinks and have a good day.
Take care.
Stephen. Jim here, yes.
Hello. Is Seraph or Fortuna on the map right now?
I can check that for you real quick.
Thank you.
Just checking they're around is all.
I would like to send them a ping and ask if we can meet.
One quick moment, sorry.
Come again?
Give me one quick moment.
Very good.
Okay, I'm back. Let me check for you.
Thank you.
And there's in map or just in like both maps?
If they're in the map, I'd like to send a
Is
ping
it
to
like
meet.
Attica-
If not, then if they are in the wasteland, then I'd like to go there and meet them.
Got it. Okay. Attica, they are in map.
Okay. In that case, can you send them a
Yeah.
ping saying I'd like to meet at the Red Garden?
Got it. Will do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And again, I would assume they know it was from you, Sloan, directly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What? Does this bench have a collider? Yes. Nice.
And quick question, did you say quickly or just meet here is all?
As soon as they can. There's no rush.
As soon as I can. Got it. Thank you.
I suppose I should have expected as much. I shouldn't really blame them.
Yep, much assent.
Thank you. Maybe Harper is right. How can it be that both sides are so close-minded? So many souls in this city. Do they really have to be split in two? It's ridiculous. All this spared by one man. Well, I suppose in reality he really didn't do. He didn't cause this. He just brought it to light. Suppose he's just a catalyst of sorts. And to think, all that time back, when Mr. Wheeler got bitten by a zombie. I could have let him die that day. Or he could have lost more than just a leg. But what good would that have done? Every time I think I've come so far, I'm just back to where I started. Avalon is still my master. And I can't change that. But Runa is right. I can still use that power to help others. Even if they don't want it. Why do you ask?
MP1 stuck.
Very well. I'm at the Red Garden.
Affirmative.
Why do I care so much? Hello. Is everything all right?
2 bottles.
I'm waiting for a friend.
Hippie's okay.
Are you sure?
Who is Everin?
Come again.
Everin.
Everin?
The Metsu people are looking for a small blue oni, but only seen the big mean one.
What was that name again?
Everin.
Everin. That. I think you may have confirmed a suspicion that I've had. And this might help someone. I've had a suspicion what they're looking for.
Affirmative.
Thank you for always telling me these things.
Impy likes talking to Sloan.
And I like talking to you. What do you make of that big meeting?
What? The one in the clinic?
Yes.
Sure. Impy doesn't understand why not let Sloan be in charge if Slummers are going to be gone.
That's a good point. The council can be...
Fritz is bad.
Why do you say
He
that?
doesn't listen to anyone.
I suppose you're right. It's not good to get stuck in your ways.
Impy saw that Kenji was hurt today.
Has he been treated?
Oni said he got cool robot leg.
I'll be sure to ask him about it.
If he gets hurt, can make sure no scrap.
Yes, I will.
Impy doesn't like a lot of scrap.
That makes sense. But you're not scrap.
Impy is good.
Yes.
I'll wait for.
I'm afraid I can't say. It's a secret.
Affirmative. Is someone Impy knows?
Maybe. I suppose all I can say is an old friend.
Affirmative.
Are you going to be in the Undercity tomorrow?
Yes, Impy see tomorrow. City.
Yes. Tomorrow's going to be a very dangerous time.
Crazy. Will be
Crazy. I suppose yes, that will definitely be a word for it.
What's crazy?
Come again.
Lots of crazy.
Yes, I agree. But during that time, you need to stay safe. And the two safe places are either the clinic or Fritz's shop. There will be a lot of people there.
Affirmative.
And during that time, a bad man might try to take the crystal. So if that's the case, I want you to keep up to date with me. Let me know if you feel... Well, I suppose we already know that you're going to get that feeling tomorrow. We know he's going to be down here. But as long as you can stay near me, I can keep you safe.
Affirmative.
Very good. But there may also come a time tomorrow.
Agent Sloan, is this the correct channel?
Yes, it is. I'm surprised to hear your voice.
Ah, yes, do forgive me. I usually don't. I'm usually in the shams, but me and Amelia are here outside to meet with you and discuss with a few things.
Very well. I'm on my way. Give me just a moment. I suppose that'll have to wait. Hopefully there'll be time after. But thank you for talking. And thank you for being a good friend.
Thank you. Love Sloan.
And I love you too.
I'll go. Bye, Sloan.
Take care. Oh. Fortune always did have a knack for being late. I just hope she doesn't show up and I'm not there.
Better not be doing freaky things up there.
But time to put on a stern face.
Oh, hello.
Hello, hello. Sorry to keep you
Naturally, I'm
waiting.
not going to
It's
ask
just
you
I
about
haven't
anything.
have gone, but no need to keep you waiting.
But of course.
I came back just to ask one question. What was the maybe I've already asked it but I forgot, but what was the status on Drake? I think you answered this already, but I forgot.
He's currently in custody. He's being held in the Undercity. We can question him more tomorrow.
It's less about questioning, but more potentially using their services. If we want to potentially, like, if I want to try to go through with one of my ideas of like trying to create like a rune that could potentially store some of this magic, so like he might be the only person that could actually create something in time. So we might be in need of their services. It depends on how quickly they attack us. So, but I figured trying at least anything is better than nothing. You know, with like 6 different like ideas. So
I agree. Having several contingencies is better than none.
Right.
Have you been able to hear any of the
Was there anything?
updates from that meeting?
Good. They briefed me on a few of them, for the most part.
Very
Whether
good.
there's anything else in detail that I failed to gather, you're more than welcome to share that.
Well,
I can definitely say I can pull a great deal of assets for the operation myself.
that's very good to hear. Has the key points as to who the heads will be been brought up?
Indeed.
And what is Shometsu's stance?
We're ready to proceed.
Very well. I do believe in that case. Over the night I can iron things out more with messages. We can speak communally and lay out the plans more ironed. And of course the day of, we can put those defenses in place.
Hello?
Hello there.
Have you individual wants to speak? He's the Councilman Okduma. Go.
That's
by
who
the-
I was just... You want me to talk to Ogduma?
Yes.
I believe that's who I was just speaking to, so... Alright. If that's all, I'll be going back.
Very good.
Alright.
Righty. Will you be present for the defensive tomorrow? Come again?
I should be.
That's good to hear. I didn't catch what you said.
measurements have got all right.
He's under clear directive, even though apparently he's confused.
Right. Can't find good help these days.
It's impossible to find good help these days.
But I suppose for
But beyond that, yes. I tend to like to direct my forces as much as I can. So I
Of
will be
course.
apart as much as possible.
Just a little book I like to keep.
and are you willing to delineate to some of my commands should the need arise?
It's my whole job. But thank you.
If they are in the good nature for both of us, yes.
I actually went to go to the post office.
Indeed. The reason I bring this up is part of the meeting. It was determined that I will be operational commander of the corporate forces as a central logistics point. And Mr. Wheeler will be operating as the Undercities.
I agree to that to a point, but also I would like to at least have a secondary position then, since I do feel I've got a good tactical oversight as well.
Absolutely.
To advise, of course.
I, of course, welcome the chance for any advisorial positions.
Good. I like to make sure that my operations are run as efficiently as possible.
I agree. This will be for the heat of the moment, being able to have a more direct and concise voice to give the final say on the matter. That, should the need arise, to
And
pull
we
back
have
from
no-
one location to another, that I will be able to give that command. But, as Miss Skylark and I have already discussed, I have no intentions of giving ground. I do believe that we have everything that we need to give a right and proper hold off against this attack.
And with any luck, this should push him to a desperate straw so he can actually make a mistake.
Indeed. And have you been informed of the exact nature of this attack?
I guess to a certain degree, but if you have any details, feel free to share.
We know that he's going to be striking very, very soon, and that he's going to be striking in person.
Yes. So, definitely as much magically knowledge individuals should be as present as possible to deal with him as a threat.
I agree. But, in case you have not heard, it has also been discovered that he is very magically unstable. Meaning that with his demise, there's a chance that he can implode. And so we currently have talks going on with Masaru to have means to properly mitigate these effects.
Like a null area, maybe through magic.
There are several methods that we're trying to attempt, and we should have better answers by tomorrow.
Very good then. Then I have no objections as long as things are done. Done right and efficiently.
But I'm also trying to see if I can't find people. There's not much time left.
Indeed. And lastly, I do wish to say that if you do have any concerns, as me being the operational overseer of this project, I do have the interests of every corporation in mind. I'm keenly aware of the amount of resources that we have at our disposal and how carefully we need to use them. I do not plan on being wasteful.
That's very good. That should be the responsibility the commander of an operation should take.
Absolutely. But I do think that our friend might know it's going to be hitting him.
Very good.
But I do suppose other than
If
that...
that is it,
After you.
if I truly thought your lack of commanding was ill-advised, we wouldn't have had any cooperation part of this operation at all.
Very true.
You've shown at least capable of that much.
Indeed. And I very highly value Shimetsu's input on this project. You have been invaluable.
But of course.
But I suppose with that, it is getting late, and we have preparations to make.
I do. I'll make the necessary contacts.
Perfect.
When things need to be done, the forces will be ready.
Very good. And it is always a pleasure. It's quite all right. Do take care, and have a good night.
You as well.
Now let's see if we stood up Fortuna. What?
EVERRINE, and the last name IPHER.
Now look at the date, I see.
I had to step away for a moment. Did she show up when I wasn't here?
Last I saw, they're busy at a meeting, so something came up, I guess.
Okay.
Like, is it anyway worked out? A character wanted to check, or we just be kind of here chilling or something?
I was going to send out a secondary ping if possible, and ask if she's currently busy.
I will send it. If she's currently busy, I will check on that then.
Thank you.
Also, while Explorer does that, I need to ask, did these drinks come from the grindstone or from a vending machine?
These came from the diamond.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'm going to ignore that bit of meta information. These are perfectly good drinks in my mind.
You get a ping saying to come to the grindstone.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay then. You're welcome.
Well.
Probably get the information from that guy. We're there. But
Hey, where's
the
Kenji?
last time he was seen. The last time he was seen, he was going into the. Let's try like cubes. Let's just take it and like see if we can. Okay. Oh, apparently there's a lot of people at church like getting high. What? Oh, okay. That's fine. Interesting. Hello. I meant to hit, I have a roll. I am... How drunk am I?
Is this a private meeting?
No. I'm trying to cut perfect slices of ice. It's a block of ice. I've got a raw katana.
Agent Sloan, how can I help you?
Technically one, but
Are you currently busy?
Not too busy? Oh shit, it's getting late.
It is getting late.
I'm probably gonna be staying up here tonight, so.
Very good. And what was
I
your
can
name?
give you two some privacy if you need.
If you don't mind.
Is he really trustworthy?
He's my best friend. He's trustworthy too. But I'll leave it up to you whether you can trust him with what you're about to tell me.
Well, to be honest, I just want to share a drink.
Alright.
I can give you two privacy.
That's all right.
If it's up what you want.
You've been standing here. Do you want another drink to down and...
As for my name,
something with ice?
If he's trustworthy to you, then he's trustworthy to me.
You want a slice of ice?
Cassie Cross. Fuck, I fucked that up. I meant to say Len. God damn it.
Do you still want to keep it that you did say that?
I was thinking I would say Len. I would 100% say Len. I'm so fucking sorry.
That's fine.
Fuck. Shit, I was thinking about it, I was like, don't fucking tell him it's Cassie Cross, and I said, Cassie Cross. And I was like, fuck.
I mean, that can still work.
So, RP card down, you said Len, right? Or you want to say Cassie Cross?
I said Len. I'm sticking with Len. I am so sorry about that.
Okay, RP card down. Yeah. This is my friend Len.
Pleasure.
I've heard about you.
A lot of people talk about me, apparently.
It would seem.
He's a damn good doctor.
I'm gonna open up that shop for.
I'm a lot of things.
I suppose.
He's treated me before. I trust him.
More of a medic, not necessarily a doctor. Doctors actually sit down and give diagnosis in a office. Not exactly. Technically.
It's all the same to me.
If you say so.
Better than some I've seen.
I'll take that compliment. You make better sutures than half of the sutures that come out of Avalon anyway.
Anyway, Len, this is Agent Welby Sloan. Huh?
Hello there.
Original case, went and froze a bucket of water, and then I had a man cut up the ice, and I put it into these two cups. Anybody want whiskey with ice?
I'll
Ace
take
ice.
some whiskey.
There you go. On the house because I'm forcing it on you. There you go.
Very well.
Doodles. Jeez, hello.
Whiskey on the
Move
rocks.
out of the way. Hi.
I won't complain.
Yeah, alright.
Another guy go.
Is there something that you needed at all? Because you wanted me back? No? Okay, he's going.
What?
Did you need something? Because at the noodle shop you wanted something from me.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you I could help you out with something, but I don't know.
We can talk about it.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh. Yeah. Before you head out, Len, I wanted to formally introduce you. This is Agent Welby Sloan.
Agent
Well,
Welby
that
Sloan.
Indeed.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Pleasure to meet you as well. And I'm assuming that you can't feel through that hand.
Well, there's a small bit of haptics, but no pain.
You're still, well, yeah. I don't think you'd be able to feel it then. Okay. Well, if there's anything that you need, by all means.
Alright. I'll see you later, Len. Damn, not enough time in the day, really.
No, there's not.
How have you been?
I could be better.
Same here.
We just had a
Anything?
defensive meeting for the Undercity.
Yeah, I've been filled in a little bit on that. Case was here before.
But he also fully went on the staunch hatred between the two sides trying to help each other out.
Sweep out, sweep out, sweep out. You're early. 12 minutes early, in
It's,
fact. Maybe a little more, don't know you guys there.
Yeah. Wish I could be there to help out. At this point, I just get in the way.
Is this one yours?
That's
You
all
going
right.
to Sweepo?
I think it's better that you're staying safe.
Yeah. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I know I don't have the resources anymore, but
It's a little ominous.
yeah.
I still appreciate it,
Anything
nonetheless.
you need.
I mean, it's doing his job, I guess.
I guess
I got
it's
a
just
lot of shit to
early.
worry about. I mean, hey, you know,
Still
early
just
bird
baffles
gets
me.
the worm, I guess.
Guess so.
I'm willing to put it aside even for one day.
I mean, I guess this place will be done quicker than the rest of them. You just gotta wait for, like, you know, the ones that crawl
There's
across
a lot of
the
bad
walls
blood
and
that
spray
runs
down
through.
the walls, and then the ones that, like, go into the
Oh,
A lot of
good gracious.
mistrust.
The giant ones that can eat a person in a single swipe. Yes. The tiny little ones
I'll
that
be,
go across the wires.
Sloan or Harper.
I'll be honest, my
Sloan?
I've always had a
Oh,
pragmatic opinion on the corpse, but
It's meeting.
when you're on the other side, it's
So maybe it's a meeting, but you know.
it's hard to see the good in it, you know.
Check unless there's a is this a private room? Or
I don't know.
You know, it doesn't say
We see more of the
private, and I
benefits
haven't been
because
treating it
we're
as private, so if you want to go out there and say hi, I'm not
we saw more of the benefits because we
on you if there's something goes wrong.
you know, we were on that side, but for regular people who just trying to live their lives,
don't do that. That's mean.
it's hard to see them as anything but just
Oh my.
a looming shadow. Everyone's just waiting in fear of when the foot's gonna come down, when the boot's gonna hit their neck.
That's fine.
And Edwin.
Hello.
Your name won't talk to you too much. I see you enjoying your drink. I guess talk about. Unless you don't mind company, I'll leave you to be and we'll deal with stuff tomorrow.
Indeed. We'll be taking care of things overnight.
Sweet boat. Alright, you two take care then. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well. Stay safe.
You doing fine? Great.
There was something that Harper said that I'm still mulling over.
3 boat. 3 boat. 3 boat.
What'd she say?
And turn it back down the stairs.
She said that
3 boat.
no matter what you do, No matter how you do it, they will always think the same way.
Hello, GM here.
Doing fine. You needing more ammunition?
Oh, I was gonna say, if that thing comes up here, I want to deck it so that it just zooms right outside the bar.
Oh, okay. Let me do a roll attempt so we can try.
Yeah. +5 advantage.
Yeah, you can always have things to use spare.
Yeah. That is spaghetti code. It is absolutely trash. There's a reason someone threw out the sweepo instead of letting it get eaten. I rolled a 2.
Hopefully you get that chance to talk to him again.
2 into what?
Whenever you did.
2, not including your modifiers, but needed.
What
Well,
about
you
the
actually,
advantage?
you get a roll with it.
Yeah, advantage.
Oh, with advantage? Yeah, you easily get it
Yeah.
then. I forgot the advantage.
Okay. I got that thing for a
I'm not
reason.
eating.
I'll beat you.
But yeah, you can easily do that. So I will let them know if they come up here.
Smacking my head.
Alright.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief. Sorry, what were we saying?
Take care of yourself, Cass.
Just introspection.
Something about what
Do you have...
Harper said?
I want to do a transaction before I go too. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people going to be injured, and we only have a few medics. So I can do a transaction in the morning when we get to the Undercity.
Well, as part of the defense, we have communal resources that will be handed out.
Have a good rest of your night.
I'll rather keep this for business because I'm asking for more than usual. So whether we got a couple med kits, I'll keep them on hand so I can start making sure the front lines are not bleeding out.
But, I mean, there's not much else I can spare. I'm already giving a lot towards this communal flow. The rest that we need to keep for the citizens.
How many are we evacuating? That we're already underway with that.
We're evacuating the entire Undercity.
Alright. Do we have to worry about it mid-transition, or are we doing that first thing in the morning?
I'm not sure. It will most likely be handled overnight.
It hurts. Alright. I'll be there first thing and make sure things go well.
Thank you. I do wish that I could give you something, but resources are tough right
That's
now.
fine. I'll work what I got. You say that again. And Astral didn't want to give up anything. I mean, they got their fucking hands tied too.
It is a tough time.
The best I could. Yep, hopefully this will be the last of it. We can get rid of them tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Sweet
But do take care.
You're gonna have to give me a minute. I'm so sorry. Alright, see you for good.
Hey. Hey, bot.
Sweep boat. Sweep. 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 Sweep boat.
That's what we were saying. What did Harper say?
Sweep boat. Sweep boat.
She had said that,
Sweep.
regardless of what you say and what you do, they're always going to be the same.
You went upstairs, correct?
Maybe she is right.
You have been hacked into and decked into to charge
Maybe
out
it is
of the
foolish to
bar
just
as
keep
fast
trying
as you
like
can
this.
at hyperspeed. I am
I
sorry.
don't know. I think it's just.
Oh no!
I think a lot more people trust you than they trust any other corpse. When they trust Avalon. Because the corpse are just
Swap back?
too damn big.
Well, if that was the case, they
You're just,
certainly didn't show it. During the meeting.
It's hard.
I
When
told
you're
them that
wearing their...
I will be heading up operations. The council did not approve.
Right here, let me get you the same thing that your clone got. Like this.
It's different when you're wearing their crest. You're a part of them. You're a part of the machine, part of the monster.
I know.
I'll be honest, things have been so much better since I left. Probably not what you want to hear, but people are treating me differently now. I'm still making enemies, but made a hell of a lot more friends. A lot more people trust me. I don't think Len would trust me if I was corporate.
Yes,
One of
but
the biggest allies I've made.
just shows an underlying sickness. I think the worst that the corporations have
Underlying
done is making this permanent distrust just by having a badge. People don't see each other for the individual anymore.
Finding anything interesting in there, Bug?
Maybe. But when you've done what the corporates have done, it's hard.
Something in there that you want?
It's hard.
I mean, I'm not about to go sorting through trash, but like, you feel free.
Yes.
You know, we've been...
Alright.
We've both been worse. Because of the things we've had to do. The things we've done to people.
How's everyone doing up here? Just want to let you know we're 2 minutes away from Sweepo Hell.
Righty. Thank
And
you.
Sweepos will kill us all. And we'll be turned into a fine paste and fed to pigs. Anyways, alright.
The, maybe the sickness isn't, it's not in them. Maybe it's in us. And those who work for the corpse.
That's
You've
what
seen
I
what it's
mean.
done to us.
It's not just one side that's affected. Everyone has this distrust. And of course,
2
a
minutes
lot of
until
the
end
time,
of session.
it is justified. But there are those opportunities that many pass up because they're not willing to even try.
Don't mind me.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder how many other people that were like me. Things could have been different. But instead of having those there, like you and Runa, they were just pushed further.
I think the only thing that's gonna cure it is a new way. I don't think either side's gonna win.
I don't either.
Neither side's gonna get what they want. I think something new is gonna have to take its place. Burn away the diseased forest to make room for the new.
That's going to be a tall task.
Yeah,
Alright, you two.
that's a worthy one.
I'm closing up. Time to start running from the Sweepos, specifically.
Don't have to go
Oh,
home,
no.
but we can't stay here. Alright.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
So I take you out like this, Mr. Sloan?
That's quite all right. Thank you for the hospitality so far.
Of course. You want to pay your tab now or later, Eben?
This cred shit should cover it. Keep the change.
Alright, thank you very much. Put it in one of my many pockets. Oh, no, gotta get that shit out of the way. No, that's fucking... Okay, that pocket's too full. This pocket
You
maybe...
have 5 minutes to wrap up
No.
conversation
Mr. Cassian.
before we respawn you.
Sure. Alright, apparently we know each other somehow.
You said his name earlier.
Oh, I
Yes,
did?
he did.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Look, I always forget these things.
That's fair. That's always a delight. Have a good night.
Right. You as well. I'm having my time as well.
And Sloan. It may be tough, but it's always worth trying.
I know.
The fact that there's people like us means that there is a way. There's always a way.
Yes. You're right.
Maybe sometimes you just gotta take a leap. Take a chance.
People like us. Are you also missing an eye?
Good night.
I'm not even mad.
Exactly.
But before you go,
I would have to reel myself in real hard. Alright, I'm off to my apartment. You all have a nice day. Night. Don't get
You
eaten
as well.
by a sweep.
I know that I'm talking big now, but it's just because I'm in a thinking mood. But what I really wanted to say is that I think that tomorrow is going to be a very big day. And just in case I don't make it back, just thank you for always being there. And do stay safe. I think you made a better choice than I.
You're coming back. You gotta promise me that.
I'll try.
Kick his ass.
I will.
See you around. And remember, if you think I made a better choice, it's never too late for you too.
Maybe. But have a good night. And stay safe.
You too. You too.
I guess I could talk to Maroon next.
I left something in the shop. I'll be back.
Actually, if he's in the Undercity, that would work.
It's gonna be a sleepless night, but I'll be there.
Oh, it's always a sleepless night for me.
Well, that's fair, but I have to sleep.
Stay safe.
I was like, huh, I'll start calling you 7 from now on.
Oh,
shit.
Thank you, everyone!
Oh god.
Thank you so much!
Again,
Thank you for playing!
The calm before the storm.
Oh boy.
Congratulations for liking yourself immediately, Jackie.
Jackie's like greatest memory.
cot in your room? I know it's like.
No, yeah, that.
So, how'd you take the news?
I was gonna keep it a secret, but then when I found out he wasn't as mad at him as I thought, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna.
I gotta say it.
It was very cute. He was like, you were like, it was the shock kind of calm, like,
What? You needed a chair.
Spippo King.
Also, I think it's fun that you're rolling.
Sweep.
I don't know.
Sweep.
He's like, do twins?
I mean,
He's like, do twins run in Eupharians? And I was like, I don't know, the gods are rolling for it.
Oh boy. Joe, what a session.
That was so good. You better not die tomorrow. I'm not letting you.
We'll see.
Only I get to kill you.
Definitely not a death flag.
If you do, oh my god. Kill. If you do get down to death rolls, I hope they let me come in.
I hope so.
Because I need to be there for your last words.
I have some prepared.
Sag?
No, not yet. There's a chance he can tomorrow.
There's a possibility.
But so can a lot of people.
Now you're dead?
Yeah, Monday's gonna be rough. I can't be there. Damn it, there's not enough time in the day. I wanted to talk to Cassie so that I can learn that he's Cassie. I wanted to fucking do a whole, like, you know, you show me your, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Do one of these, you know?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to make a Shadowrun team, and I currently have Cassie, Ash, Rain, and Case put together for it now. So that's a pretty full team.
That's
a
pretty
pretty
good.
team. We got an Adept, we got a Rigger, we got what I would consider Catbug a mage. So that would, you know, we all use guns, but she'd be a mage too. Because she focuses a lot more on psionics than I do. And then Case is also a mage. He's an adept, so he's gonna fill in the role that we would usually use for a cyber street samurai. And then I'm a decker, and then Cassie's a medic. So we got Rigger and Ash. So it's a well-rounded team. I like it.
Nice.
And Case is thinking of turning the secret base in the Grindstone into a. You ever played the Shadowrun games?
I have not.
You should, but in number one, there's like a. It's basically like a secret, kind of like underground place. Like it's an underground like criminal, like black market. It's gonna have it's gonna have like doctors working there. It's gonna have fixers there. It's gonna be a place where runners can lay low. Oh, it'd be great. Like a big safe house thing. And it's a place where runs can get out of. So I'm excited. I'm excited for what Case is gonna do with the Grindstone.
Me both just didn't answer you. We were both like, yeah, we know someone, but you know, hey. And then there's just Len, who's like, yeah, I'm a runner.
We both knew we were runners. By the way, we're pretty much already guessing you guys are runners because we ran with you before. He treated Case's injuries, and you both did the same thing with runners we've been with before.
Yeah,
So we're already
like,
guessing that it's you guys.
You can guess, but you know, that's basically them saying, if
He'll
anything,
go back
if
to the
you do
corpse.
guess on it, it's like, don't say anything kind of thing, you know? Oh, my life, I'm out of that game, but I can recommend you to someone, because it's like, sure,
essentially.
I can do that.
Well, it's because I'm trying to make a group that like trust each other, and we can't always wear masks on runs. We need to be able to trust that we know each other and it's fine, you know? Because what if you need a social run? Each other, and we can't always wear
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Around the social runs. Yep.
I caused
also-
problems on purpose today, and I'm happy about
Here's
it.
the thing.
And also,
I like how I was.
even
I was
like in
there, I was
Shadowrun,
like,
we do it
being
here
introduced to
because
Sloan,
of
and
weird
like,
shit. But in
hi.
Shadowrun, people don't wear masks all the time.
I was thinking to
They will
myself,
go
don't
with
say
their
Cassie
faces
Cross.
out.
Don't say Cassie Cross.
I do wish you did, though.
It's just you bandit, and she just face palm so slowly after you said it. I was like, oh my
I'll
god.
take off the mask for sure.
No, I was genuinely like, you're a fucking idiot.
What the fuck? Why would the fuck would you
I wanted to stick with it. I honestly kind of wanted to stick with it, but you know.
Wow.
That was honestly so fucked.
I thought you were just for a second. I was about to be like, the fuck?
Oh, you want me to strip? Here. There goes Jack.
Whoa, you're stripping? What?
I thought you
Oh
were.
my
I
goodness.
thought I was so scared when Evan was like, "No, no,
I'm
no."
loving the tension.
Listen, if you
Loving the
wanna,
tension.
if you wanna pay it
You-
back to her, I thought you were gonna
Kinda
suggest. I thought you were suggesting something
you see the
totally
click,
different,
maybe?
and I lost it.
Oh no, I told him.
Did you see the,
I told
the
him
big
that you
meeting?
should order
You
a
don't know
nice
how
steak or
good
maybe
you
take
have
a
it.
Ram
I was kind of
Ranch,
in
you
and
know.
out.
The
I found
amount
pumping
of
things stuff.
cutthroat corporates I had to hold back after that meeting and be like, it's okay, I got it.
Actually, that's okay. Yo,
They want blood.
what the fuck?
Oh man.
Yeah,
I know the like, only one who.
Also,
It was Amelia. I know, it was
my
Amelia.
message wasn't
She
for
was
Well, not
the
just
most
that.
top
Lilith
rated
showed up
well
later.
up.
Oh,
Oh man.
Like, I don't know anybody.
I'm guessing it's either
was
Masaru or
She's just gonna talk
Shimatsu.
with Sloan about it too, so she knows what's
Tell
going on.
Shimatsu.
And so I was trying to chase you out, but you were too
Maybe.
fast because I'm hobbling, and I yelled your name, and I just quietly
do
followed you.
game stuff and just
I love
fix
shitting on
stuff.
corporate
Man.
when they
Don't
can't
you
shit
fucking
on
die on
back
me
on
now.
me. It's so great. That's my favorite part of the game.
What the fuck? All these fucking people I know just
Politics, but when I get to shit on people, it's great.
secret identities. You're just saying my name to me. Fuck you.
I completely forgot that I haven't told you yet.
Don't worry,
The
Case.
Metaverse
It's
has
so
got it.
It's so funny. And I was just like,
okay,
wait, should I know who
Case.
they are? And I was like going
You
back in my
don't
head and I was like,
worry
nope,
about
they
a
haven't told
nuclear
me.
explosion.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna end stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching. You can catch us again on Monday for what I believe is the finale of the Nowhere arc. Should be a lot going on that day. We got plans in many places. But I hope that you enjoyed. I'll see you again very, very soon. And have a good night.
Actual working model. Oh my god.
I know what you're talking about.
I think she's gone for 2 weeks, right? So I think she's back next week, but I'll have to ask her. Mrs. Hey, I can
How much of next week? Is she gonna be there for
Fucking anything for 10
I assume the
minutes.
finale will be too hectic. Wow, I can't believe I've done children.